Welcome to another Human Read audiobook by the United Marxist Pact Discord server, link below in the description. In this series, we continue our investigation into the initial construction, the organizational structure, and the principles and tactics of the form of worker organization capable of seizing political power and establishing the revolutionary proletarian dictatorship and communality, which can in turn produce economies of production through the shared class interests of the workers of the entire world. Our goal is to compile, analyze, and elaborate on what all these texts have to say about this, and at the end have a strong understanding of the exact scientific process of it, particularly in general terms. At the end of our readings as a whole, we will try to put it all together and present it as a coherent whole in an educational video with associated notations. Today's reading will be the 1957 The Fundamentals of Revolutionary Communism. This video includes a pre-written textual analysis on the terms of the aforementioned topics, which is also posted in the pinned comments if you prefer to read it in text, or follow the link in the description to a read-only version of my Google Docs notes. This will summarize the contents of the text, but it is no replacement for the actual reading itself for the sake of understanding the context. I'm reading these specifically and only for the pertinent content, and I'm not including items that are not of interest for most conditions that are related to the topic at hand, but only historically, for example, the peasant question. In addition, in the reading, I supply my own commentary, critiques, additions, etc., which may be helpful for understanding some particularities. With that said, let us get into this pre-written textual account. There are three primary enemies of the revolution. 1. Deniers, who are outspoken anti-communists. 2. Falsifiers, which includes social democrats, anarchists, etc. And 3. Modernizers, which include leftists who claim to have found new pathways, breaking with invariants. Among these three is in fact the falsifiers and modernizers, which are the most harmful, not the deniers. In the same vein that the white moderate were more harmful to the black civil rights movement, as identified by MLK Jr., than the KKK and open bigots. The modernizers tend to seek connection with the pay bourgeoisie, who are, at this stage of capitalism, more reactionary than the big bourgeoisie. The party needs to resist these trends internally and externally, helping develop the proletariat's revolutionary ideology to justify the seizure of the state and political power. Currently, the proletariat itself holds bourgeois ideology, born of its existence in bourgeois society, and so the party must develop systems to expel bourgeois ideological influences which non-proletarian elements introduce or hold. Doing such also means that the party is able to set non-proletarians within the party at the same level as the proletariat within it, thus overcoming workers' or labor's tendencies, refusing to determine placement within it based on mechanistic relation to production and society. However, the party should also be careful working with groups, for example, white workers, especially primarily in settler colonial states, right? That will, under poor conditions of struggle, break with the revolution, regardless of their proletarian character. Examples of bourgeois ideological influences include, for example, liberal ideology of liberation, which is ultimately synonymous with the liberation of the bourgeoisie and their class interests. Anarchism, libertarianism, Stalinism, etc. are fundamentally classical revolutionary bourgeois liberalism combined with something else. This something else confuses the workers and through the combination attaches them to bourgeois conceptions. Opportunism is itself a social fact, a manifestation of compromise between classes produced due to the immediate economic interests which drive purely economic organizations, like unions, to obtain reformist ends, or revolutionary leaders, being driven to the cause of reformism by the immediatist calls of their supporters. Despite this, parties should support economic struggles and be prepared to absorb and deconstruct such compromise, as such struggles can extend the position of the proletariat towards a single, centralized, and political form, which transcends economic struggle, the political class party, which comes before the worker council systems, which arise only when an open struggle for power is taking place, and when there is room for replacing executive and legislative organs of a bourgeois state. As such conditions only arise when a revolutionary party is in play and objective conditions are ripe. This party needs to be of a completely new type of organization which capitalism does not naturally produce or impose, else it crystallizes the historical or current society into the future and limits itself and its dynamism. It is the only form of organization that can unite, train, and organize the vanguard of the proletariat and the whole mass of the working people, extracted from the class. It is able to do this because it can defend itself from pay-bourgeois vacillations or prejudices between different autonomous groups within the proletariat. Any immediatist organization's contact with the semi-proletarian and pay-bourgeois classes leads them all invariably back into capitalism, not the dictatorship of the proletariat. Ultimately, the revolution is and has been ready for over a century now, but the people are weighed down by insecurity and lack of belief. Eventually, though, it will be a question of revolution or barbarism, socialism or extinction. In preparation for this, the proletariat will need to create weapons with which to wage class war. Revolutionary theory and International Communist Party without frontiers. And that is the short summary of this in terms of the question of the party for development. We'll now get started on the audiobook reading for it. I hope you stick around. The Fundamentals of Revolutionary Communism in the Doctrine and History of the International Proletarian Struggle, 1957, by the International Communist Party. We have a foreword from 2004, an introduction, survey of the opposition, Part 1, the party and the class state as essential forms of the communist revolution, the central question of power, an era unmasked 100 years ago, resurrected and tenacious Proudhonism. Part 2, the proletariat's economic organizations, pale substitutes for the revolutionary party, a history of impotent systems, the superstition of the local commune, quote unquote, the myth of the revolutionary trade union, Sorelians and Marxism, the tests of the First World War, the factory organization, history of factory socialism, a futile return to vacuous formulas. Part 3, the pay-bourgeois distortion of the features of communist society in the syndicalist and enterprise socialist conceptions of proletarian organization. The proletarian party is irreplaceable, the commune form, the trade union form, the vigor of the intersyndical forms, the economic function, the same old controversy, unforgettable words on the scale of society as a whole, the Russian experience in Lenin, trade unions and state capitalism, the factory-based form, Marxism and council economy. Or council, and then finally a few concluding remarks. Okay, so a lot of variety of different stuff. Forward, again, 2004. The following text is the written account of a party general meeting held in 1957. The negative historical phase which prompted the writing of the Fundamentals is still very much with us today, and the text expresses the hard, tiring work of doctrinarian clarification. As Lenin taught, and as the left has confirmed, this is a never-ending task for a revolutionary party, even in the heat of the armed insurrection. It should be read in a spirit of extreme patience and humility, not typical attributes for the rather impatient and conceited pay bourgeois, because it represents a powerful synthesis of crucial, unforgettable proletarian struggles, carried out in a programmatic and theoretical vein. The main point of the worker needs to understand is that we unapologetically see as the fundamental, capital F fundamental, which he sums as follows. The petty bourgeois becomes not only as reactionary as the upper bourgeoisie, but even more so. Any steps taken to establish links with it are tantamount to opportunism, destruction of the revolutionary forces, and solidarity with capitalist preservation. This is valid today for the entire Western world. End quote. As a step forward is made towards the enemy, we could add today each time the program and its doctrinal positions are distorted and adulterated. We'll add this here, a polemic against against searching for connections with the petit bourgeois. Yeah, so the petit bourgeois are more reactionary than the bourgeoisie. We should not seek alliances or relations with them. The way I've put this, right? Let's say that you're a member of the petit bourgeois. You're constantly in a very precarious position because you're dying class. And, you know, maybe your entire family has been working for a decade to get up enough capital in order to buy your own small thing, and you maybe have one or two employees, possibly a little bit more here or there. But and then, the maybe this is an intergenerational struggle. And then the proletariat come along and say, no, we're going to collectivize all of it and it's all going to be done in basically overnight, right? You're sitting here and you've adopted by force of will all this bourgeois ideology, all this conceptions, etc., and what do you get? You get a extreme ideological interest in maintaining bourgeois ideology, and extreme distaste for your previous position. Now, I will say that the petit bourgeois, as individuals, can find themselves being, you know, open, right? But you can never trust them. just, just don't trust them. They are very likely to just be doing their own thing, and any amount of integration with an individual member of the petit bourgeois with the communist movement, they got to, like all other classes, subordinate themselves to the proletariat and all of that. Anyway, back to the text. On this foundation stone, and having demonstrated that the enemies of the revolution may be classified respectively as deniers, outspoken anti-communists, falsifiers, social democrats, anarchists, etc., and modernizers, present-day left-wingers, the text deploys several arguments to show that the worst of these are to be found amongst the latter two groups, with the third group the worst of all. By referring to the well-aimed slaps which Marx gave Proudhon, Bakunin, Stirner, etc. over a century ago, the text espouses the positions of the present-day falsifiers and those of the 60s and 70s, decades before they appeared, showing that the, quote, new elucubrations of these people aren't that new after all. Why do they use these words? Work out or expressed by study. Okay, just say elucidations. um, uh, aren't new at all. And since 1957, these plague-ridden falsifiers, dosed up with the various remedies prescribed by the pay bourgeois alchemists, have made further inroads by spreading their contagion into various sectors of the proletariat and even into the party. The distinguishing characteristic of every modernizer is the alleged discovery of a revolutionary side to the pay bourgeoisie. Depending on which type of modernizing swindler we're talking about, this side may be an ill-defined people, or revolutionary students, or workers' autonomy. I mean, revolutionary students were central in Mao, in Lenin, in French, in Italian, in basically every movement that you can talk about. So revolutionary students are, in fact, extraordinarily important, and you can't just toss those aside. Anyway, or workers' autonomy, and so on and so forth. Consequently, they envisage pathetic fronts and imaginary revolutionary camps, into which there are crammed a motley array of anarchists, leftists, extra-parliamentarians, internationalist communists, and anyone else who is around. 11 years before, in 1946, the same issue had been confronted in our text Tracciato di Imposizione, Fundamentals for a Marxist Orientation. I should have just read that. quote, the revolutionary communist movement of this violent epoch should be characterized not only by the theoretical demolition of all conformity with and reformism of the contemporary world, but also by the practical, tactical position according to which there is no further we can go with any movement, whether conformist or reformist, not even in limited sectors or periods of time. With any movement? Well, I guess they're saying it can only be the communist movement, or they're denying the communist movement at all. Or they're denying conformist or reformist movements, which is, if that's what it's trying to say, then it's written a little weird, but of course it's a translation from Italian to English, so that might be the source of it. I don't know. Continuing, the battle cry of revolutionary communism, which we need to shout loud in advance, which we are forced to repeat 1,000 times to break the opportunist spell and to combat their divisive influence, is this, quote, the party wields the state weapon. Without the party, indispensable organ of the working class, the class has no life and no strength to fight, end quote. The central tenet of revolutionary communism is dialectically linked to another, that, quote, if the alternative between world crisis and the war on one hand, and the international communist revolution on the other, is simply a question of the revolutionary strength of the class, the question of strength depends primarily on the restoration and defense of the revolutionary theory and on a communist party without frontiers. That's not dialectical, but okay. These are, you scoundrels, two sides of the same issue, not two, quote, stages. That is to say, in Lenin's word, that, quote, without revolutionary theory, there is no revolutionary action, end quote. But theory is not conquered once and for all. It has to be studied, digested, and crystallized in a militant party. And even then, it cannot be taken for granted. Never. Nothing new under the sun, then. Just the ongoing and continuous work of presenting new generations of militants and the future the armed class with the cornerstones of our theory. And as each day goes by, the petty events of today's capitalist world only serve to confirm the scientific validity of Marxism, demonstrating its ability to explain the most intimate mechanisms regulating not only the past and present of this inhumane mode of production, but its future as well. Although written almost half a century ago, The Fundamentals was an excellent response to this traditional need of our movement, and it still retains both its power and scientific vigor. All right. We'll take this just for the summarization content right here. All right. So they list 3 enemies of the revolution: deniers, outspoken anti-communists, falsifiers, social democrats, anarchists, etc., and modernizers, leftists who say they have found new stuff. The falsifiers and modernizers are more harmful to the movement than the anti-communists. I would think about this in the same way that, like, Martin Luther King Jr., when he was talking about the moderate white, right? And he's like, they're worse than the freaking KKK because they go in and say they essentially confuse the black population of America by presenting this potentially they'd say you should wait and go through these legal means which don't exist, and so on and so forth. So it's in that sense that they're saying that these people are more dangerous because they confuse the working class. The outspoken anti-communists, they confuse nobody. Their positions are clear. But these two right here are weaken the movement and what needs to actually happen. And essentially they allege that the modernizers tend to seek connection with the pays bourgeois. Continuing. Introduction. We need to begin, first of all, by explaining that the aim of our present exposition is not to systematically examine every economic, historical, and political aspect of the communist scheme and its program, nor to provide an exhaustive treatment of what we might call the connective tissue, which binds all these different aspects of communism together, by which we mean our original and completely distinctive way of resolving the question of the relationship between theory and action, economy and ideology determining causality and the dynamics of human society. That is, the method which Marxism and Marxism alone has used since it first appeared in the first half of the 19th century, and which, for brevity's sake, may be referred to as the philosophical aspect of Marxism, or dialectical materialism. Moreover, if we tried to systematize these concepts in order to explain our particular view of the function of the individual in society, the relation of both the individual and the society to the state, and the significance our doctrine attributes to class, we would be laying ourselves open to the usual accusation of abstractionism. No, by refusing to ground your stuff in clear terms, you're being abstract. Though this is certainly true, we would run the risk of being misunderstood, because if you say nothing, then you can't be understood, and thereby you can't be misunderstood. And appear as though we had forgotten a key element of our doctrine, namely, that the formulas needed to unravel these questions are not fixed for all time, but are variable within a succession of great historical periods, which for us are equivalent to different social forms and modes of production. That's all you really need to say. You just say these are not transhistorical, and under different conditions, these things will not exist or will exist differently. And you don't even need to go into detail about what that might look like, but if you want to talk about conditions under capitalism, you should probably talk about these things in solidified ways. Continuing. Therefore, though asserting the consistency with which Marxism has responded to events in different historical situations, our repop proposition will be closely linked to the wretched, world-encompassing phase which has been affecting our revolutionary movements against capitalism the last few decades, and will certainly affect it for many decades to come. Our aim will be set the cornerstones of our signs back in their correct position, realign the ones which our enemies are most keen to undermine, and take action to compensate against their deforming tendencies. In order to do that, we will focus on the one genuinely revolutionary doctrine's three main groups of critics, paying particular attention to criticism which most stubbornly claims to be drawing from the same principles and movements as ourselves. The reader might recall that a similar theme was developed during the 1952 meeting in Milan. I think that this was our latest reading. Contributions to the organic historical representation of the Marxist revolutionary theory. And invariance. Yeah. The first part of the report lay claim to the historical invariance of Marxism, which, it was maintained, is not a doctrine still in the process of formation, but rather one completed in the historical epoch appropriate to it. That is, the period which witnessed the birth of the modern proletariat. It is a touchstone of our historical vision that this class will go through the whole arc and the rise and fall of capitalism using the same unaltered theoretical armory. The second part of the report, quote, the false expedient of activism, end quote, developed a critique of the perennial illusion of, quote, voluntarism. I just translated it to adventurism. Portraying it as an extremely dangerous and degenerate form of Marxism which continues to be exploited whenever there's an outbreak of the opportunist disease. Okay. Moving past the language. I don't think that there's anything of import to take from this. Continuing. Survey of the opposition. In the first part of that report, we divided our position's enemies into three camps: those who deny the validity of Marxism, those who falsify it, and those who claim to be bringing up to date. Today, the first group is represented nowadays by the open defenders and apologists of capitalism, who portray it as the ultimate form of human, quote, civilization. You know, I do wonder why they utilize all these words when we already have these, right? The word that I would use for modernizers in this case would be revisionist. Like, and that would also encompass the what was the other one? And that would also encompass the falsifiers. So, social democrats and anarchists, we would tend to just classify as either liberals or, they wouldn't even be revisionists because they're not Marxists at all. So, I mean, they're acting like they've presented this new thing, but they kind of haven't. We are talking about this um, all the way back to Lenin. So, anyway, we won't be paying too much attention to them. They've already received a knockout blow from Karl Marx, and this frees us to apply the same knockout blows to the other two groups. We put in parentheses here, once and for all, that our declared reproposition, quote unquote, does not aspire so much to the definitive polemical victory, but aims, within the limits of the summary, to clearly define our positions and our characteristic features, and to show how they haven't changed at all in over 100 years. The defeat of Marx's deniers, today only doctrinal, tomorrow social, is confirmed by the fact that as every day goes by, more and more of them are compelled to, quote, steal the truths discovered by Marx. But having found it impossible to destroy these truths when say clearly, we revolutionaries have no fear about their classical theses. They joined a second group, the falsifiers, or why not, the modernizers. The falsifiers are those who have historically been defined as opportunists, revisionists, or reformists, um, i.e., those who have eliminated from their integrated whole of Marxist theories, as though it were possible without destroying it in its entirety, the prospect of revolutionary catastrophe and the use of armed force. However, there are also many falsifiers among those who claim to accept the violent rebellion. They are just as bad and just as prone to the superstition of activism, uh, revolutionary adventurism. Just going out without a base to take advantage of whatever action you're doing by the working class organizations. Both of them share is an aversion to the identifying, discriminating feature of Marxist theory. Armed force, no longer in the hands of particular oppressed individuals or groups, but in the hands of the liberated and victorious class, the class dictatorship, bugbear of social democrats and anarchists alike. Might have entertained the false hope in 1917 that this second group, rotten to the core, had been laid out by Lenin's blows. However, although we considered this victory as definitive in the realm of doctrine, we were also among the first to warn that the right conditions existed for a re-emergence of that infamous breed. Nowadays, we can see it both in Stalinism and Russian post-Stalinism, which has been the current since the 20th Congress of the Russian Communist Party. Finally, in the third category, the modernizers. We put those groups which, despite considering Stalinism to be the new form of classical opportunism defeated by Lenin, attribute this dreadful reverse in the fortunes of the revolutionary labor movement to defects and inadequacies within Marx's original doctrine, which they claim to be able to rectify on the basis of evidence which historical evolution has provided subsequent to the theory's formation, an evolution, according to them, which contradicts it. In Italy, France, and elsewhere, there are many of these groups which have totally dissipated the first proletarian reactions against a terrible sense of disillusionment arising from the distortions and decompositions of Stalinism, from the opportunist plague which killed off the Lenin's Third International. One of these groups is linked to Trotskyism, but in fact fails to appreciate that Trotsky always condemned Stalin from deviating from Marx. Admittedly, Trotsky also indulged rather too much in personal and moral judgments, a barren method as evidenced by the shameless way in which the 20th Congress has used precisely such methods to prostitute the revolutionary tradition much more than even Stalin himself. Every one of these groups has succumbed to the disease of activism, but their enormous critical distance from Marxism means they have failed to see that they are making the same mistakes as the German Bernsteins, who wish to build socialism within parliamentary democracy by opposing their everyday practice to what they saw as the, quote, coldness of theory. The activism of these groups is likewise akin to that of Stalin's heirs, who have smashed to pieces Marx, Lenin, and Trotsky's positions on the internationality of the socialist economic transformation in an indecent display of armed might, with which, while exacerbating their hunger for power, they claim to have built this new economy already. Stalin is the theoretical father of this method of, quote, enrichment and, quote, modernization of Marxism, a method which, wherever and whenever it appears, destroys the vision of worldwide proletarian revolutionary strength. Thus, whilst we adopt a standpoint which opposes all three groups simultaneously, it is the misleading distortions and arrogant neo-constructions of the third group which most urgently need to be addressed and set to rights. Being contemporary, they are better known, but it is still difficult for today's workers, following the ravages of Stalinism, to relate them to the old historical traps, against which we propose one stance and one alone: a return to the fundamental communist positions of the 1848 Manifesto, which contains, in potential, our entire struggle in historical criticism, and which likewise demonstrates that everything that has happened since, all the bloody struggles and defeats experienced by the proletariat during the course of the last century, only serve to confirm the validity of what some people foolishly wish to abandon. Part 1. The party and the class state as essential forms of the communist revolution. The central question of power. In spite of the preventive countermeasures taken by the 20th Congress of the Russian Communist Party, the number of critics of the Moscow degeneration has continued to grow after the events in Hungary, Poland, and Eastern Germany, and they are even to be found on the margins of the official Stalinist parties in the West, and included people like Sartre and Picasso, who are highly dubious and pay bourgeois in our opinion. They're not entirely unsuccessful I wonder what they thought of, for example, what was his name? The absurdist dude. There's quite a few philosophers that, Camus, rather. It's like, oh yeah, it's highly dubious and pay bourgeois in our opinion. Okay. Anyway, their not entirely unsuccessful condemnation of Moscow sounds something like this: abuse of dictatorship, abuse of the centrally disciplined political party, abuse of the state power in its dictatorial form. All of them put forward similar remedies: more liberty, more democracy, socialism to be brought into the ideological and political atmosphere of liberal intellectual legality, and the use of state power in relation to different political proposals and opinions should be renounced. As usual, the main targets of our criticism are not those who hold this point of view because they openly advocate the bourgeois mode of production, sanctified by just such an ideological, juridical, and political framework, but those who wish to graft such nonsense onto the trunk of Marxist doctrine. We hold exactly the opposite point of view, so let's set this record straight immediately. The revolutionary movement, freed from servile admiration of the American, quote, free world, free from the subjection to a corrupt Moscow and immune from the syphilitic putridity of opportunism, can only re-emerge by recovering its original radical Marxist platform, by declaring that the content of socialism surpasses and negates such concepts as liberty, democracy, and parliamentarism, and reveals them to be means of defending and propping up capitalism. But despite the supreme lie and the main plank of counter-revolutionary thought is a notion of the state as a neutral arbiter of class and party interests, and therefore also of a partial freedom of opinion. Such a state and such a freedom are monstrous inventions that history has never known nor ever shall know. Again, you know, I do truly believe that these guys get off on being esoteric. They get off on sounding outrageous to people who are outside of the movement and aren't already fundamentally familiar with what they're talking about. This sort of stuff, I think, is really fucking harmful, right? I've dealt with people on the server before who some new baby leftist comes on and is like, and they're asking about democracy, and then what's the first thing that's belted out by these types? Well, anti-democracy. The people don't know what's good for them. And everything needs to bow to the state and so on and so forth. And what's the obvious response to be for that? It's like, well, okay, bye, bye, no thanks. This isn't what I thought it was. Okay, bye. I thought that this is supposed to be a new realm of freedom for the individual in and through society, right? um, but and the only reason one would use such words without caveats and use such things is to present yourself as some elect few that truly understand the true nature of the struggle, while you got your little jargon here and that separates you out from people. I talked earlier, I had it paused, but these are the quintessential people that Mao would term commandists, who stand befront the working class ahead of them and demand that the working class reach out to them, rather than getting on the level of the workers and then bringing the workers up to their level, right? Uh, this is the quintessential form of commandism. Now, their reasoning, as has historically been the case, is essentially that doing such will reduce the purity, quote unquote, of the party. Now, we also read earlier in Damon's stuff talking about how the conception of a pure party is freaking ridiculous, doesn't exist. And I am deeply inclined to agree with him. um, the way that you maintain your purity in this sense is to essentially just continually kick out anybody who uh, doesn't agree with you, which I suppose organic centralism is supposed to do. But it's certainly not going to get you anywhere. Keep on spinning your wheels. I wonder how many people you actually get involved that are interested in doing anything more. Um, I don't know how you can be anything other than a conspiratorial organization, in the back behind everything. That's just taking advantage of conditions rather than being an active participant in them. If if you're doing stuff like this. Anyway, yeah. Just the complete abandonment of Marx's necessary humanism, by which he bases things like his arguments for the existence of exploitation through alienation. Like, you cannot have Marx without also taking into account his demand for the liberty of human labor, which they referenced. They reference that was referenced, right? Labor. Um, uh, Liber. In the hands of the liberated and victorious class, right? You can't use these words and then not use them and say that other people are bad for using them, right? It's just stupendously silly. It's people wanting to feel special is what this feels like to anybody who's sitting on the sidelines and is in any way experienced with looking at like scientific documents. You'll see this. I've looked at grad student papers. I'm reminded of some of the ridiculous words they keep using too. That I mean, I am incredibly well knowledgeable person in word usage and stuff like that, but rather than use a word like elaborated, instead or elucidated, they use elubricable whatever. I've never heard of a word like that before. They're trying to sound high and mighty. They're trying to say that And don't take this as me being, anti-intellectual. I'm absolutely not. What I am being is anti-people with their heads up their asses up in the clouds, demanding everybody follow after them. Get on the ground, talk to the people, learn what they have to say, and then go in and figure out how to present your ideas to them in a way that they can understand. And then hopefully they will be interested in what you have to say and ask more, and you'll be able to educate them further. Gosh. Anyway, continuing. Not only is it indisputable that Marxism established and declared all of this from its inception, but must also be emphasized that the concept of the use of physical force against an enemy minority or majority proposes the intervention of two essential forms contained within the Marxist historical scheme: party and state. A, quote, Marxist historical scheme, end quote, exists, in other words, insofar as a Marxist doctrine is based upon the possibility of mapping out a pattern within history. If that pattern cannot be found, or is wrong, then Marxism will fall apart and its deniers will be right. As for the falsifiers and modernizers, quote unquote, of Marxism, they would be highly unlikely to capitulate even if provided with evidence that their views were mistaken. So they're talking about falsifiability right here. Continuing. Those who oppose our thesis that party and state are main rather than merely accessory elements within the Marxist scheme, and who prefer to insist that class is a principal element, with party and state as accessory features of class history and class struggles, as easy to change as the tires on a car, are directly contradicted by Marx himself. In a letter to Wadimer, March 5, 1852, quoted by Lenin in State and Revolution, Marx wrote that the existence of classes wasn't discovered by him, but by bourgeois economists and historians. It was other people who discovered class struggles as well, which doesn't mean that they were communist or revolutionary. The content of his doctrine, he said, resides in the historical concept of the dictatorship of the proletariat as a necessary stage in the transition from capitalism to socialism. Thus speaks Marx, and it's one of the rare times when he speaks about himself. Okay. Is or is not class struggle the driving force of history? Can bourgeois economists, or can they not, recognize this driving force of history, even if by accident? Does Marx discovering it or not discovering it determine whether or not it's true? If any of these things are no, then the answer to this entire section right here is bollocks. This is dogmatism of the worst kind. Even if Marx hadn't discovered that class was the driving force of human history, then he could absolutely say nobody here is disagreeing about the need for the dictatorship of the proletariat, but we cannot go in and rewrite Marx to go in and say that the dictatorship of the proletariat is the driving force of history itself. That is a seizure. The state is the driving force of history. The state is not a trans-historical existence. This would indicate that history would end the second that the state dissolved. This isn't the case either. Simply, we would have a new character to history. It's like opening a new volume. There will be new driving forces of history. Who knows what those will be, but those will be something new. Now, essentially, what's being said here is that because Marx didn't discover classes himself, all by himself, that means that classes themselves are not revolutionary. This is ridiculous on the face of it. I mean, I don't know what they're. I'm just profoundly confused as to what they're trying to get at here. If they're trying to defend the dictatorship of the proletariat, this isn't the way about it. The dictatorship of the proletariat is something that emerges as a result of the class interests of the proletariat, not of its own thing. People don't come up from the heavens down and come to the conclusion, hey, we should create a dictatorship of the proletariat. No, it is their fundamental shared class interests that drives them to produce it. Yeah, are they implying that there can be no revolutionary analysis of society that predates Marx? Yes, and to some degree that is true, right? Because before the dialectical historical method, you wouldn't have a truly revolutionary analysis. However, that's not to say that there aren't revolutionary ideologies that spring up in response to class interests, like liberalism, being the ideology of the class interests of the bourgeoisie and excusing their own seizure of power. Communist theory and communist ideology is the theory and ideology that excuses the class interests of the proletariat, and excuses the seizure of power. We have no real, like, material, universal moral basis or something like that to seize power. Rather, it's like, hey, these are our historic class interests that drive us as a class to go in and seize power. That's just what history itself is telling us to do because of our place in it. We have no more moral right to the products of humanity than the bourgeoisie does. Because, morality isn't really a thing. Um, there's no God coming down and saying, free the slaves. No, class struggle freed the slaves. Anyway, continuing. We are, therefore, not particularly interested in a working class which is statistically defined, and neither are we particularly interested in attempts to work out where the interests of the working class diverge from other classes. There are always more than two. What interests us is the class which has set up its dictatorship, that is, which has taken power, destroyed the bourgeois state, and set up its own state. That is how Lenin put it, shaming those in the Second International who had forgotten Marxism. How is it that class can form the basis of a dictatorial totalitarian state power, of a new state machine opposed to the old, like a victorious army occupying the positions of the defeated enemy? Through what organ? The Philistines' immediate answer is a man. And Russia, Lenin was that man, whom they have the nerve to lump together with the wretched Stalin, denied today and maybe murdered yesterday by his worshippers. Our answer is quite different. So what they're saying here is essentially you have to smash the bourgeois state structure and establish a new proletarian state. And simply putting a communist in control of the bourgeois state with all its organs in place won't cause some revolutionary change. Okay. Continuing. The organ of the dictatorship and operator of the state weapon is the political class party. The party which, through its doctrine and continuous historical action, has been potentially granted the task proper to the proletarian class of transforming society. We not only say that the struggle and the historical task of the class cannot be achieved without the two forms: dictatorial state, that is, the exclusion, so long as they exist, of all other classes which are henceforth defeated and subdued, and a political party. We also say, in our customary dialectical and revolutionary language, that one can only begin to speak of class, establishing a dynamic link between a repressed class in today's society and future revolutionized social form, and taking into consideration the struggle between the class which holds the state and the class which is to overthrow it, only when the class is no longer a cold statistical term at the miserable level of bourgeois thought, but a reality made manifest in its organ, the party, without which it has neither life nor the strength to fight. I'm just gonna say this. Is it a communist party if all of its leadership are members of the bourgeoisie? Let's say they followed all this theory. but its leadership are all members of the bourgeoisie. Is this a communist party? Within the realm of possibility, I would say. It's entirely possible. I think it would be unlikely that members of the bourgeoisie would open up these texts. They would read them, and then they would establish a party that is entirely in line with this and maintains that line. It's possible. Good luck, though. Um, the party is a result of proletarian class interests. The Communist Party arises when the proletariat, the individual people within it, develop from their experiences in struggle and failing to do things in forms that are not like this. This is straight out of the manifesto. They get together and they produce the Communist Party. Now, I'm skipping a ton of steps here, but you know, you understand what I'm saying here. They are trying to remove the proletarian class from the struggle. They're trying to remove the existence of class interests and claim that the existence of class is a bourgeois ideology. It's not a bourgeois ideology. It's a manifest, material, social force. My class interests are to do some particular things. My class interests lie in interconnection with other members of the proletariat. The proletariat is either revolutionary or it is nothing. That is what Marx said. Now, they are going in and they're saying that the proletariat is not revolutionary and that it's only the proletariat's party that is revolutionary. If that is the case, then the proletariat are not revolutionary and therefore they are nothing. Marx was specifically stating against this. This is completely incorrect. The proletariat is revolutionary or it is nothing. Where is that? Indeed, in a letter to his friend Schweitzer, February 2nd, 1865, Marx stressed, the working class is either revolutionary or it is nothing. The proletariat alone is a real revolutionary class. There is no, the proletariat as itself, the revolutionary class gains, there is no revolution without revolutionary consciousness. The proletariat can and must liberate itself. The proletariat develops its own theory of liberation. And that involves a party, but the party cannot be confused for the proletariat. The party is emergent from the proletariat. The party itself emerges from the recognition of the proletariat, of the need of the party. But it is not itself what makes a proletariat revolutionary. What makes the proletariat revolutionary is their class interests and what's engendered out of them, which is the need for revolutionary theory, the need for revolutionary ideology, the need for revolutionary organs to carry out the interests of the proletariat, the class interests. Okay. Anyway, one cannot therefore detach party from class as though class were the main element and the party merely accessory to it. Yeah, I can. I absolutely can. I just did it. That the party emerges out of the proletariat from their class needs, from their class interests, emergent from their existence, from their conditions. I mean, this raises a question. Under the dictatorship of the proletariat, is the class party still needed? Right? And their answer is that the class party combines with the state. Is that not evidence that they recognize that the the party itself is emergent from those class interests that is combining with the proletarian state and has taken on a new form. It's a distinct thing now. By putting forward the idea of a proletariat without a party which is sterilized and impotent party, or by looking for substitutes for it, the latest corruptors of Marxism have actually annihilated the class by depriving of any possibility for fighting for socialism, or even come to that fighting for a miserable crust of bread. So yes, we need the party. That is incontestable. But to say that the party is external to the class and that the party itself is the thing that does the class struggle rather than the class struggle being the conditions of existence by which the proletariat are within, because the class itself is a material social existence under material social conditions. That's ridiculous, completely off the mark on every single level. Just completely head up your ass in the clouds, trying to excuse your whatever. I don't disagree with the conclusions that they're making in terms of why it is that the party needs to exist. I'm simply saying that they're getting to these in the most ridiculous ways they possibly could. If you want to excuse the need for the party, simply do what the manifesto did and say, hey, the workers figured out that they couldn't get what they wanted through individual struggle. Then they figured out they couldn't get what they wanted through individual trade or factory struggles. Then they figured out they couldn't do it with the larger economic unions. Then they figured out that they couldn't do it with these councils or whatever. So then they went and made a political party. You know, if you just say that, everyone understands exactly what you're talking about. It's completely in line, and there's nothing more that needs to be said. But instead, they're trying to say that they're trying to extract the class content of everybody and make everybody into one or a million classes, or I don't know what they want to do here, and say that you're not a member of the proletariat unless you're a part of the Communist Party. Because that's what they've been saying this entire time. You're not a member of the Communist Party, a member of the proletariat, unless you have developed proletarian consciousness, which can only occur in the party. That's what they've said in the past. But this is incorrect. One develops consciousness through class struggle. And we all undergo class struggle every day. The world itself is class struggle. It is the momentum of history. Now, it requires people moving and shaking their chains to realize what those are. But union members, are they proletarian? Obviously. This doesn't even need to be questioned. But apparently it does for these guys. Continuing. An error unmasked 100 years ago. As a result of their confused critique, today's enrichers of Marxism have made similar blunders and have inadvertently ended up adopting the same bourgeois and pay-bourgeois insinuations, which were made when the Russian Revolution was still following the classical Marxist line. Admired even by the enrichers, in which class, state, party, and party members stood together on the same revolutionary plane. Precisely of these essential points, there are no hesitations of any kind. They fail to realize that in diluting the party and its function as the main revolutionary organ, they declass the proletariat. What happens when you put the class party atop the proletariat? Which, having deprived of the ability to overthrow the ruling class or even to mitigate its effects in restricted fields of activity, ends up helplessly shackled to it. They really think they have improved Marxism by having learned from history a banal commonplace of the don't push things too far variety, worthy of the pettiest shopkeeper. What they don't see is that it isn't a correction we're dealing with here, but a liquidation. or rather, an inferiority complex born out of an impotent lack of understanding. The party form and the state form are key elements in the earliest Marxist texts and two fundamental stages in the epic development of the Communist Manifesto describes. There are two revolutionary stages referred in the chapter Proletarians and Communists. The first stage, already touched on before the first chapter of Bourgeois and Proletarians, is the organization of the proletariat into a political party. This follows on from another famous statement: every class struggle is a political struggle, but is much clearer and tallies with our thesis, which states the proletariat is a class in the historical sense when it has started to struggle politically as a party. In fact, the manifesto states, quote, this organization of proletarians into a class and consequently into a political party. This doesn't back their position at all. The organization of the proletarians into a class, so first they're organized into a class, and consequently into a political party. Then they make a political party. This does not back up their claim at all. Continuing, the second revolutionary stage is the organization of the proletariat into a ruling class. Here the question of power in the state arises. Quote, as we have seen above, the first step in the revolution of the working class is to raise the proletariat to the position of the ruling class. End quote. A little further on, we find Marx's blunt definition of the class state. The proletariat organized as the ruling class. Perhaps we needn't point out here that another of the essential theses reinstated by Lenin, the eventual disappearance of the state, is also included in this famous early text. The general definition, quote, political power, properly so called, is merely the organized power of one class for oppressing another, underscores the classic assertions. The public power will lose its political character. Classes and all class domination will appear, even that of the proletariat. Therefore, party and state are at the heart of the Marxist viewpoint. You either accept or reject it. Searching for the class outside of its party and its state is a waste of energy, and depriving the class of them means turning your back on communism and the revolution. No, not at all. Again, they tried to present these things as if they happen simultaneously, when very evidently that's not the case. I am in 100% agreement that the class needs a party. But it needs that party because it's necessary to have a party in order to carry out its needs. Class exists outside of the party. This is incontestable. I don't know why they're trying to make such a claim. I can only imagine that they have some additional interest or something. I don't know. I don't know. Still, I will add this to our thing on the dictatorship of the proletariat. For all that I struggle with it, there are some useful things here. Even if I've actually already read them. Let's see. There. Okay, continuing. But this foolish attempt, which the modernizers consider an original discovery of the post-Second World War, have already been made before the manifesto, had been routed by Marx in his formidable polemical pamphlet against Proudhon, The Poverty of Philosophy. This pivotal work destroyed the notion, which in fact was very ahead of its time, of the social transformation and abolition of the private party might be achieved without the need to engage in struggle for political power. Finally, there is a famous sentence, quote, do not say that the social movement excludes the political movement, end quote, which leads on to our unequivocal thesis. By politics, we don't mean the peaceful ideological contest, or worse still, the constitutional debate. We mean hand-to-hand conflict, total revolution, and finally, as the poet George Sand put it, le combat ou la mort, so combat to death, I think. That's definitely combat to death. Google Translate. The fight or death. Fight or death or fight to the death? I don't know. Proudhon rejects the idea of political conflict because his view of the way societies change is fundamentally flawed. It doesn't involve the complete overthrow of capitalist relations of production. It is competition-oriented, localized, and cooperativist, and is trapped within a bourgeois vision of business enterprise and market. He might have proclaimed that property was theft, but his system, remaining a mercantile system, remains one which is property-oriented and bourgeois. Proudhon's myopia about economic revolution is the same as today's factory socialists, who duplicate in less vigorous form the old utopia of Robert Owen, who wanted to liberate the workers by handing over to them the management of the factories, right in the middle of bourgeois society. Whether these people label themselves ordinovists in Italy or barbarists in France, they are in the end, all of them, chips off the old same Proudhonian block and deserve the same invective as Stalin. O poverty of the enrichers. Resurrected and tenacious Proudhonism. In Proudhon's system, we find individual exchange, the market, and the free will of the buyer and seller exalted above all else. It is asserted that in order to eliminate social injustice, all that is required is to relate every commodity's exchange value to the value of the labor contained within it. Marx shows, and will show later, pitting himself against Bakunin, against Lassalle, against Stirring, against Sorel, and against all the later day pygmies mentioned above, latter day. What lies beneath all this is nothing more than the apologia and the preservation of bourgeois economy. Incidentally, there is nothing different in the Stalinist claim that a socialist society, which Russia claims to be, the law of exchange of equivalent values will continue to exist. In The Poverty of Philosophy, in a few succinct lines, Marx points out the abyss which lies between these byproducts of the capitalist system and the tremendous vision of the communist society of the future. In his reply that the society, quote, built by Proudhon, where unlimited competition and a balance of supply and demand achieve the miracle of ensuring that everyone gets the most useful and essential goods at, quote, minimum cost. Eternal petty bourgeois dream of the idiotic servants of capital. Marx easily disposes of such sophistry and ridicules it by comparing it to the claim, given that when the weather's fine and everyone goes for a walk, Proudhonian people go out for a walk to ensure fine weather. Quote, in a future society in which class antagonism will have ceased, in which there will no longer be any classes, use will no longer be determined by the minimum time production, but the social time production devoted to different articles will be determined by the degree of their social utility. End quote. This extract, one of the many gems that can be found in the classic writings of our great school, shows how shallow it is to maintain that Marx loved to describe capitalism and its laws, but never described socialist society for fear of lapsing into utopianism, a view shared by Stalin and second-rate Stalinists alike. We're going to add this to, I'm pretty sure that we already have this, but I don't remember closely enough. I'm going to add this to the communist mode of production reading. It's just a quote, but it's a succinct one. I'm certain that I've got this somewhere else. Anyway, the free individual exchange on which yes, in fact, in their wish to emancipate the proletariat whilst preserving mercantile exchange, it is the Proudhons and Stalins who are the utopians, and the latest version of such attempts is Khrushchev's reform of Russian industry. The free individual exchange on which Proudhon's metaphysic is based leads to exchange between factories, workshops, and firms managed by workers, and results in the rancid banality which locates the content of socialism and the conquest of the factory by the local workers. In his crusade to defend competition, old Proudhon was the precursor of that modern superstition. productive, quote, emulation. Back in his day, the orthodox thinkers, unaware of being less reactionary than today's Khrushchevs, used to say that progress arises from healthy emulation. But Proudhon identifies productive industrial emulation with competition itself. Rivals for the same object, such as the woman for the lover, tend to emulate one another. With a note of sarcasm, Marx observes, if the lover's immediate object is the woman, then the immediate object of industrial rivalry should be the product, not the profit. But since in the bourgeois world profit is the name of the game, and this is true 100 years on, the alleged productive emulation ends up as commercial competition. And beneath the seductive smiles that the American and Muscovites are currently casting in each other's direction, profit is still what they are both after. Along with his defective view of the revolutionary society, Proudhon is a precursor of the worst aspects of today's fashionable factory socialists, the rejection of party and state because they create leaders, chiefs, and power brokers who, due to the weakness of human nature, will inevitably be transformed into a privileged group, into a new dominant class or caste, to live off the backs of the proletariat. These superstitions about human nature were ridiculed by Marx a long time ago when he wrote in a short pithy sentence, Monsieur Proudhon ignores that all history is nothing but a continuous transformation of human nature. Under this massive tombstone can be laid to rest countless throngs of past, present, and future anti-Marxist idiots. In support of our declaration that not even the most minor restrictions can be placed on the full and unqualified use of the weapons of party and state, weapons in the workers' revolution, and to get rid of these hypocritical scruples, we should add that in order to deal with the inevitable individual manifestations of the psychological pathology which proletarians and communists have inherited not from human nature, but from capitalist society, which its horrible ideology and its individualist mythology of the, quote, dignity of the human person, end quote, there is only one organization capable of providing an effective and radical remedy. Yeah, again, I would love for I understand as somebody who is many years a communist, who is interested in theory, who has read a lot, who has engaged with many different communists in many different forms. I understand what they're talking about and why they're talking about it. But because they aren't explaining this, if anybody was introduced to this and was told, yeah, we don't give a shit about human dignity, what is their response to this going to be? They're going to toss it out the fucking window. And they would be right to. None of this is being actually engaged with. They're not explaining anything. They're expecting people to be sitting here and... But this is a polemic against these types of people. They're not explaining why it's wrong. Besides, there's pointing at, oh, Proudhon. Look at Proudhon over here, who is wrong. You're a bunch of Proudhonists. Because you believe in human dignity. Real Marxists don't. What the fuck are you talking about? No. What does this have to do with anything? It's the equivalent of lighting a match, dousing yourself in gasoline, and putting yourself on it, and then saying you're not real communist because you're not touching me. You're not real communist because you're not touching me. While you walk around on fire. Like, what are you wanting from people? Are you wanting to get people to agree with you? To have the correct stance? Or are you wanting to drive people away so that you can feel like you are a special smart boy? I can tell you which one it is. And it's not the first one. That organization is specifically the Communist Political Party, both during the revolutionary struggle and after it, when it assumes its most definitive function, that of wielding the dictatorship of the proletariat. Other types of organizations which think they can replace it be rejected not only because of their revolutionary impotence, but because they're 100 times more susceptible to the degenerating influence of the bourgeoisie and pay bourgeoisie. And yet, the criticism of these organizations, which they have been subjected to from all sides since time immemorial, should adopt a historical rather than a, quote, philosophical approach. And yet, it is still of prime importance to make a Marxist analysis of the justifications put forward by proponents of these schemes, and clearly demonstrate that they are influenced by an ideology which is essentially bourgeois in outlook, or even less than bourgeois, such as views proposed by the pseudo-intellectuals who so dangerously infest the margins of the working class movement. Yes, recognition of human dignity is indeed bourgeois. Yes, absolutely. I will not explain further. The party, which at an organizational level sets the non-proletarians at the same level as the proletarian, is the only form of organization which can allow non-proletarians to arrive at the theoretical and historical position which is based on the revolutionary interests of the laboring class. Finally, though only after as much anguish and torment, these renegades from other classes will serve as revolutionary minds rather than as bourgeois booby traps in our own rank. Okay. The party's superiority lies precisely in its overcoming of the disease of laborism and workerism. You join the party as a consequence of your own position hand-to-hand struggle, class struggle, between historical forces for revolutionary social form, according to your class interests. And your position as a party member and militant is not merely a servile copy of your position in respect to a productive mechanism, i.e., that mechanism which is created by bourgeois society and relayed physiologically to that society and its ruling class. Okay. So finally, something potentially useful. All right, the party helps develop the proletariat's revolutionary ideology, which justifies the seizure of the state. The proletariat itself holds bourgeois ideology, and political seizure of political power. Proletariat itself holds bourgeois ideology born of its existence in bourgeois society. The party sets non-proletarians at the same level as the proletariat, while also expelling bourgeois ideological influences which non-proletarian elements introduce or hold. The party overcomes laborism and workerism and does not determine placement within it based on mechanistic relation to production in society. Part 2. The proletariat's economic organizations. Pale substitutes for a revolutionary party. A history of impotent systems. In our fight against the Stalinist betrayal, we have always considered its distortions of economic theory as 1,000 times more serious than the abuse of power, which so scandalized Trotskyists and Khrushchevians, or of the famous crimes which world Philistinism keeps harking about. In order to combat these distortions, we have always have recourse to Marx's classical thesis against Proudhon, which appears in the first volume of Capital, chapter 24. Note, quote, "We may well therefore be astonished at the cleverness of Proudhon, who would even abolish capitalistic property by enforcing the eternal laws of property which are based on commodity production." Every criticism and improved program put out by the very so-called anti-Stalinist groups relies on the ridiculous notion that there needs to be a detoxification, sterilization as far as the revolution is concerned, of the party and state, forms according to the extremely hackneyed theses of the tyrant and his cronies, which is supposedly abused by Stalin because of his insatiable lust for power. It is important to show that all those who nurtured this bigoted preoccupation and who probably want to be leaders and crave personal success themselves, have succumbed, as far as economic and social matters are concerned, to the same reactionary illusion as Proudhon. They are blind to the fact that the historic opposition between communism and capitalism means that communism and socialism are opposed to mercantilism. First of all, we need to consider the historical evidence. This shows us that every interpretation which has attempted to repel the monsters of party and political state by putting forward new types of organization to marshal the proletarian class in its struggle against capital and to establish a post-capitalist society has been a miserable failure. In the third part of this report, we will deal with the economics, or rather, we shall demonstrate that the goal, the program, which all these non-party and non-state movements set themselves is not a socialist and communist society, but rather a petty bourgeois economic pipe dream, which has resulted in them ending up bogged down in modern capitalist systems, games of parties and states. First of all, it must be recognized that all these attempts based on formulas or recipes or organizational miracle cures are clearly not Marxist. They echo the stale banalities of the political hucksters of 50 years ago, who used to treat the events of historical struggle as though they'd been selected from a trendy fashion magazine. According to these gossiping pedants, the political club was one motive force of the French Revolution. Girondins, Jacobins. Then along came the electoral parties, followed by the locally based organizations advocated by the anarchists. Then, let's say around 1900, the fashionable thing became workers' occupational trade unions with an inherent tendency to replace all the other organizational forms and use their revolutionary potential to set themselves up in opposition to party and state. Georges Sorel. A very hackneyed refrain. Today, 1957, another, quote, self-sufficient form, the Factory Council, is given pride of place under various guises by Dutch tribunists, Italian Gramsciists, Yugoslavian Titoists, the so-called Trotskyists, and a number of other head up your ass in the clouds trying to look smart. A trivial altercation. A number of other Batrachomiakian left-wing groups. Just one of Marx and Engels and Lenin's theses is enough to bury all this empty talk. Quote, revolution is not a question of forms of organization. End quote. The real issue is the clash of historical forces in the new social program which will replace capitalism when its long cycle is over. Instead of discovering the goal scientifically, in determining factors of past and present, the old pre-Marxist utopianism invented it instead. The new post-Marxist utopianism eliminates the goal and replaces it with the frantically active organization, or in other words, or in the words of Bernstein, the chief social democratic revisionist, quote, the aim is nothing, the movement is everything, end quote. I highly doubt that these people who are trying to do all this activism don't have in mind and don't believe that, hey, we are leading to the workers getting more agitated. We're propagandizing of the deed or whatever. We are developing the conditions for communism and the final struggle. So I'm just going to put that out there. Would you guys, it's on you guys to prove that these guys are not, who are just talking about the movement and are not talking about what they are doing in terms of the final struggle, right? It's on you guys to make that evidence. Because I guarantee you, all of them are also aware of this quote. And all of them are keeping it in the mind. And whether or not they agree with you or not on what to do to get to that final moment is another thing entirely. Continuing. The superstition of the local commune. Anarchist doctrines are the expression of the following theses. Centralized power is evil, and they assume that the entire question of the liberation of the oppressed class can be resolved by getting rid of it. That's myopic, but okay. And it immediately gives a moralistic understanding to anarchism, which is not the case. It can be the case, but it's not necessarily. Anyway, this is why I prefer to steelman an argument rather than to strawman it. This isn't a compelling argument that's being put forward here. When you open out, oh, hey, the anarchists are just a bunch of moralizing idiots that think that the entire question of oppressed class is getting rid of centralized power. It's like, no, bro. only literal baby anarchist leftists would make such a claim. Continuing. But for the anarchist, class is only an accessory concept. This is true. He wishes to liberate the individual, the person, and thereby conforms with the program of the liberal and bourgeois revolution. He only reproaches the latter for having installed a new form of power, failing to see that this is merely the necessary consequence of the fact that it didn't have its content and motive force, the liberation of the person or citizen, but the achieving a domination of a new social class over the means of production. Anarchism, libertarianism, and even Stalinism with its westernized guise is nothing other than the classical revolutionary bourgeois liberalism plus something else, which they call local autonomy, administrative state, and entry in of the working class into the constitutional powers. When such pay bourgeois peccadillos, I actually do recognize that word, small, relatively unimportant offense or sin, misdemeanor. Such pay bourgeois misdemeanors are grafted onto it. Bourgeois liberalism, which in its time was a real and serious matter, becomes just an illusion with which to castrate the workers' revolution. Okay, there we go. We actually get a useful thing right here. This is actually useful. Thank you. Rather than going in and talking about moralisms and stuff. So liberal ideology of liberation, whatnot, is only for the liberation of the bourgeoisie and their class interests. Laissez-faire is an enchantment calling for people to submit to the law of value, as an example. Anarchism, libertarianism, Stalinism, etc. are classical revolutionary bourgeois liberalism plus something else. This something else confuses the workers and attaches them to bourgeois conceptions. This is, social democracy, right? Continuing. Marxism, on the other hand, is the dialectical negation of capitalist liberalism. It doesn't wish to keep part of capitalism in order to improve it here or there, but to crush it with the class institutions it has produced at the local and especially centralized level. Such a task can't be achieved by encouraging complete autonomy and independence, but only by the formation of a centralized and destructivist power, whose essential and specific forms are the party and the state, and these forms alone. So I'm going to put this in the dictatorship of the proletariat. Continuing. The idea of freeing the individual, the person, and making him autonomous boils down to a ridiculous formula of the subjective refractory individual, who shuts his eyes to society and its oppressive structure because he is convinced that he can't change it, or else he dreams about one day planting a bomb somewhere. The end result is contemporary existentialism, which is unable to affect society in the slightest. Reminder, we're aiming for the liberation of the individual in and through society. As the individuals are part of society and they achieve liberation within it. Now, I don't know specifically what they're talking about here, but I assume they're talking about like petty owners or whatnot. Continuing. This pay bourgeois demand, which arises out of the anger of small autonomous producer expropriated by big capital and therefore from the defense of property, which Stirner and other individualists concern an inviolable, quote, extension of the individual, adapted itself to a great historical advance of the working class, and over the course of time acknowledged some forms of organization. At the time of the crisis in the First International, after 1870, there is a split between the Marxists and anarchists over the latter's refusal to recognize economic organizations, or even strikes. Engels established that economic trade unions and strikes weren't enough to resolve the question of revolution, but that the Revolutionary Party should support them inasmuch as their value, as already stated in the Communist Manifesto, lies in the extension of proletarian organization towards a single centralized form, which is political. We're going to add this. Oh, actually, we're going to add this. I can't really break that down anymore. This is very good summary. Back to the text. During this phase, the libertarians would propose an ill-defined local revolutionary commune, sometimes described as a force which struggles against the constituted power and asserts its autonomy by breaking all links with the central state, and sometimes as a form which manages a new economy. This idea wasn't new, but harked back to the first capitalist forms which appeared at the end of the Middle Ages. The autonomous communes, which existed in Italy and German Flanders, where young bourgeoisie was fighting against the empire. As always in such cases, events which were then revolutionary in terms of economic development have today become an empty repetition disguised as a false extremism. For the anarchists, during over 50 years of commemorations, the model of this local organ was the Paris Commune of 1871. In Marx and Lenin's far more powerful and irrevocable analysis it is, on the contrary, history's first great example of the dictatorship of the proletariat of a centralized, though here only territorial, proletarian state. The French capitalist state, as embodied by Thiers' Third Republic, moved to crush proletarian Paris and eject it from its capital city, having prepared its assault from behind the Prussian army's lines. After the desperate resistance and horrifying massacre, Marx was able to write that from that day onwards, all the bourgeois national armies were in league against the proletariat. It wasn't a question of reducing the historical conflict from a national to the communal level. Just think of the inanity of a poor defenseless provincial town, but of extending it on an international scale. At the time of the Second International, there even emerged a new version of socialism, impressing the restless mind of the young Mussolini, called Communalism, which aimed to create cells of the future society by conquering municipal administrations. Not, alas, with dynamite like the anarchists, but by winning local elections. Since then, the relentless forces of economic development, well known to Marxists, have ensured that every local structure has become entangled in an ever more inexorable web of economic, administrative, and political ties of the central government. Just think of the ridiculousness of each little rebel town setting up its own radio and TV stations to annoy the hated central state. The idea of organizations forming confederations of workers in each town, and each town declaring itself politically independent, is therefore now defunct. Bourgeois illusions about self-government still survive, however, and will continue to befuddle the minds and paralyze the hands of working-class militants for a long time to come. Now, I'll just speak in support of building such a thing, but not for revolutionary purposes in of itself. Rather, it's a good way to build up money for party activity because it's not freaking cheap. It's a good way to centralize. It's a good way to to give a fallback position. Because if you own land and you're able to defend it, then you can actually defend it. If you don't have something like that, then you're going to have significantly more difficult time. One of the things that happened in the creation of the dictatorship of the proletariat in the Paris Commune, well, they had a commune before the revolution, and it's where the workers retreated to when during the fight. There's a lot more there. You can listen to the sections reading that stuff, but in a sense, by having that area wherein the workers had autonomy, at least to some degree, it made it so there was a place for conflict to actually happen on a military scale. So I would argue that it is actually quite useful, and you can't just toss it aside completely. Is it revolutionary of itself? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. However, it is a tool in the hands of a revolutionary organization, and it should be utilized as such and not tossed aside. You don't just leave your tools behind just because, it's not the perfect tool. You build up every single tool that you can possibly have for every single possible situation, and you utilize them all in the best way. Denial of assets is another very important thing. Denial of assets is a key military doctrine. And land and and workers and resources and so on and so forth are absolutely all of those things. Okay, continuing. The other forms of workers' immediate organization would have a longer and more complex history, with a tendency to get caught up in the craft and professional trade unions, industrial unions, and the factory councils. Insofar as such forms are proposed as alternatives to a revolutionary political party, the history of these movements and the doctrines which are more or less confusedly based upon them coincide with the history of opportunism during the Second and Third Internationals. As we have covered the subject on numerous occasions elsewhere, we will only give a brief summary here, but we will remark that the European masses are still largely ignorant of their class's history, and they will really need to learn from the immense sacrifices which have been made one day, and treasure them. The history of localism and so-called anarchist and libertarian communism is a story of opportunism within the First International. Marx sought to free the International of these tendencies by means of both theoretical criticism and hard organizational struggle against Bakunin and his intractable supporters in France, Switzerland, Spain, and Italy. Despite being able to draw on the rich historical experience of the Russian Revolution, many, quote, left-wingers and declared enemies of Stalinism nevertheless looked to the anarchists for potential support. We therefore need to reiterate that libertarianism was the first of the diseases to infect the proletarian movement, and was precursor to all later opportunisms, including Stalinism, in that falsified politics and history in order to attract the pay and middle bourgeois strata of society onto the proletarian side. Back then, it was agreed by essentially everybody that the petty and middle bourgeois had revolutionary potential, including by Marx. So, kind of putting the cart before the horse here. Again, I'm not saying they're wrong. I'm saying that they are, for what they're saying. Sorry. I'm not saying that their conclusions are wrong in this case. I'm saying that their way of getting to these conclusions are wrong, that they have historical inaccuracies that they are parroting, and they're presenting their arguments poorly, which makes it a bad thing to present to anybody. This is why things like what I'm doing here, where I'm softening their language and I'm explaining it in coherent terms to anybody who would happen to ask, hey, what does this have to say about it? Would I quote those things? No, I would not. I would explain them. And it's frustrating that I have to explain them. I shouldn't need to explain them. I should be able to just read it out and it be understood by everybody. Apparently, that's too difficult. Anyway. Despite the fact that these classes have always ruined everything and been the source of every kind of calamity and error, what resulted from this approach wasn't proletarian leadership over the popular masses, but the destruction of any proletarian features of the general movement and a reinforced enslavement of the proletariat to capital. This danger has been denounced by Marxism since its earliest days, and it's extremely sad to hear people say that can be dealt with more effectively now in Marx's day because there are more facts available, while misinterpret what is already clear over a century ago. The popular version of working class revolutions used to horrify Engels, and he condemned it often. In the preface to The Class Struggles in France, for instance, he wrote, quote, after the defeats of 1849, we in no way shared the illusions of the vulgar democracy. This vulgar democracy reckoned on a speedy and final decisive victory of the people over the tyrants. We looked forward to a long struggle after the removal of the tyrants, among the antagonistic elements concealed within the people itself. As far as Marxist doctrine is concerned, from that time on, it was equipped with the basic concepts and principles needed to criticize all of today's popular variants of opportunism, including the models put forward by groups such as the Barbarists who in their lengthy palinodes poems, which they retract the sentiment expressed for. Oh, I see. So basically, they're writing poems in support of the Soviet Union, and then they are writing poems condemning their previous position. Dedicated to Hungarian events have presented a popular movement as a class movement. Those who substitute people for class by prioritizing the proletarian class above the party believe they are rendering it a supreme homage, whilst in fact they are declassing it, drowning it in popular confusion, and sacrificing on the altar of counter-revolution. So I'm going to okay, I'll get this, and we're going to put in the dictatorship of the proletariat. We already have this quote, but still, it might be useful to have it repeated with their understanding of it. I don't remember what my presentation and notes on it was. The myth of the revolutionary trade union. By the end of the 19th century, the political parties of the proletarian class in Europe had become large and powerful organizations. Their role model was the German, quote, social democratic, which, after a long struggle, had forced the bourgeois Kaiserist state to repeal Bismarck's special anti-socialist laws, and had also steadily increased its share of the votes and the parliamentary seats at each successive general election. This party was supposed to be the depository of Marx and Engels' tradition, and to this fact was due to the prestige it enjoyed within the Second International when it was set up in 1889. But in this party, a new current, revisionism, had been growing with Eduard Bernstein as its main theoretician. This tendency openly stated that bourgeois society, during the relatively peaceful international and social period which followed the Franco-Prussian War, had developed new aspects which were pointing to, quote, new ways to socialism, end quote, different from Marx's. To be clear, Bernstein specifically called his stance revisionist Marxism. Continuing. Or maybe it was revisionist socialism or communism. I don't remember. But he titled it revisionism. Continuing. Be it no wonder to today's young militants that it was this very same phrase which was used to launch the 20th Congress of the CPSU in 1956. Exactly the same words, but with everybody thinking they were brand new and hot off the press. The Italian revisionist Bonomi, expelled from the party in 1912 and later appointed as Secretary of State for War in Giolitti's cabinet, would end up shooting not fascists, but the proletarians who were fighting against them. Later on, he would even become one of the leaders of the anti-fascist republic. Before his expulsion, he wrote a book which boasted a title, The New Ways to Socialism. Giolitti drew the fine sentence that socialists had relegated Marx to the attic from this very same book. Today's international communist left movement is derived directly from the left fraction groups who, all those years ago, replied to this provocation by naming their journal The Attic. The revisionists maintained that, given the new developments within Europe, the world capitalism, neither insurrectional struggles nor the use of armed violence and the revolutionary conquest of power were needed to achieve the passage to socialism and to achieve working class emancipation. They therefore totally excluded Marx's central thesis, the dictatorship of the proletariat. Instead of Marx's, quote, catastrophic vision, end quote, there would be a legal and electoral activity and legislative changes in Parliament. It even got to the stage where socialist MPs were participating in bourgeois cabinets, possibilism, Millerandism, etc. No, etc., just possibilism and Millerandism. Not sure what these are. Possibilism sounds familiar. I see. Federation. I see. Gotcha. Movement type stuff. in order to pass laws favorable to the working class, despite the fact that every international congress up to the First World War had consistently condemned such tactics, and despite the expulsion from the parties of collaborators like Bonomi, though not the Bernsteins, nor the Taratis in Italy. This political and theoretical degeneracy of the socialist parties, which we won't go in detail about here, led to a wave of distrust towards the organizational form of the party amongst large sections of the proletariat, and provided a favorable atmosphere for a range of anarchist and anti-Marxist critiques. To begin with, only a few currents of minor importance fought the revisionists on the grounds of strict conformity to Marx's original doctrine. Radicals in intransigent revolutionaries in Germany, intransigent revolutions in Italy, and groups otherwise elsewhere dubbed hard, strict, orthodox, etc. These currents, which in Russia were represented by the Bolshevism of Plekhanov and Lenin, although during the war Plekhanov turned out to be just as bad as the German Kautsky, never ceased for an instant to defend the party form, though only Lenin would clearly defend the state form, that is to say, the dictatorship form. But for about 10 years or so, there had been another current fighting against social democratic revisionism, namely revolutionary syndicalism. Georges Sorel was their main theoretician and leader, even if earlier antecedents certainly existed. It was a movement which was particularly strong in the Latin countries. To begin with, they fought inside the socialist parties but later split off, both because of the vicissitudes of the struggle and in order to be consistent with a doctrine which rejected the necessity of the party as a revolutionary class organ. The primary form of proletarian organization for the syndicalists was the economic trade union, whose main task was supposed to not only leading the class struggle to defend the immediate interests of the working class, but also preparing, without being subject to any political party, to lead the final revolutionary war against the capitalist system. Sorelians and Marxism. A complete analysis of the origins and evolution of this doctrine, both as we find it in Sorel's work and in the multifarious groups which in various countries subscribe to it, would take us too far off our track. At this point, we shall therefore just discuss its historical balance sheet and its very questionable view on a future non-capitalist society. Here we go. Sorel and his many followers in Italy as well started off by declaring that they were the true successors of Marx and fighting against the legalitarian revisionism in its pacifist and evolutionist guise. Eventually, they were forced to admit that their tendency represented a new revisionism, left rather than right-wing in appearance, but actually issuing from the same source and containing the same dangers. The part of Marx's doctrine which Sorel reckoned to have retained was the use of violence and struggle of the proletarian class against bourgeois institutions and authority, especially the state. Thus, he appeared to be in strict conformity with the Marxist historical critique, according to which a contemporary state which emerged from the bourgeois revolution, in its democratic and parliamentarian forms, remains an organization perfectly adapted for the defense of the dominant class, whose power cannot be removed by legal means. The Sorelians defended the use of illegal action, violence, and the revolutionary general strike, and raised the latter to the rank of the supreme ideal, precisely at a time when, in most socialist parties, such slogans were being fiercely repudiated. The culmination of the Sorelian theory of direct action, that is, without legally elected intermediaries between proletarians and the bourgeoisie, is the general strike. But in spite of it being conceived of as occurring simultaneously in all trades, in all cities of a particular country, or even on an international scale, in reality, the insurrection of the syndicalists is still restricted, insofar as it takes the form of action by individuals, or at most, actions by isolated groups. And neither does it attain the level of class action. This was due to Sorel's horror of a revolutionary political organization necessarily taking on a military form, and after a victory, a state form, proletarian state, dictatorship. And since Sorelians don't agree with the party, state, and dictatorship, they would end up treading on the same path as Bakunin had 30 years before. The National General Strike, assuming it to be victorious, would supposedly coincide on the same day with a general expropriation, the quote, expropriating strike. But such a vision of the passage from one social form to another is as nebulous and weak as it is disappointing and ephemeral. That means short lived, by the way. In Italy in 1920, in an atmosphere of general enthusiasm for Lenin, for the party, for taking power, and for the expropriating dictatorship, this superficially extreme slogan of the expropriating strike was adopted both by Maximalists and Ordonovists. This was one of the many occasions when we had to defend Marxist positions strenuously and piteously, even at the risk of being accused of bridling the movement. Sorel and his followers were actually far removed from Marxist determinism, and the interaction which occurs between the economic and political spheres is a dead letter to them. Since they are individualists and voluntarists, they see revolution as an act of force which can only take place after an impossible act of consciousness. As Lenin demonstrated in What Is to Be Done, they turn Marxism on its head. They treat consciousness as will as though they come from the same inner self, from the, quote, person, and thus in one deft move they sweep away the bourgeois state, class divisions, and class psychology. Since they are unable to understand the inevitable alternative, capitalist dictatorship or communist dictatorship, they evade the dilemma in the only way that is historically possible, by reestablishing the former. And whether this is done unconsciously or not may be a burning issue for them, but frankly, we are not that interested. We are not really interested in following the logical evolution of George Sorel's thinking that idealism, spiritualism, and then a return to the womb of the Catholic Church. The tests of the First World War. As already stated above, we certainly can't provide here an in-depth analysis of the crisis of socialism which occurred in August 1914 at the outbreak of the First World War. We just need to see if the crisis affected only the political parties or the trade unions, and indeed the syndicalist ideologists as well. And the latter, although never thinking of themselves as a party, were in fact precisely that. Indeed, their members are drawn mainly from the paid bourgeois class, despite their superstitious attachments of notions of working class purity. At that time, in typical anarchist fashion, the syndicalists consisted of a variety of ill-defined, quote, groups, which declared themselves to be non-political, non-electoral, non-parliamentary, and non-party, etc., etc. We have plenty of contemporary examples to show that this show of chaste reserve with regard to political parties and revolutionary politics doesn't stop these free and easy, quote, groupists from joining bourgeois and opportunist parties or even fighting in electoral campaigns for filthy class traitors. Autonomy rules. There is no doubt, and indeed it would form the basis for the restoration of revolutionary Marxism in Lenin's time, that the biggest European socialist parties had displayed a shameless bankruptcy. We need hardly recall that Lenin, unable to accept the news, would crush the newspapers underfoot as he furiously paced about his small Swiss room like a caged wild animal, unapproachable even to his incomparable wife for 3 whole weeks. We retract not a single word we have ever said or action we have taken against these betrayers of socialism who voted for war credits, who entered into the Union Sacrée cabinets. However, in Italy, facilitated by a 9-month delay, Italy entered the war on May 24, 1915. The struggle to prevent the party leaders from deserting proletarian positions lasted until just days before the mobilization order was issued. The leadership of the Socialist Party held firm, and although the reformist current predominated in the parliamentary group and was opposed to calling a general strike, and nevertheless pledged to vote against the government and its war credits, and actually did so, and unanimously at that. In fact, it was the leaders of the General Confederation of Labor, CGL, broadly the Italian equivalent of the TUC, I don't know what that is, who took up the most defeatist position, and it was they who we had to unmask in their sabotage of the strike proposal. Although they said they feared the strike's failure, in fact, they feared its success, and purely for bourgeois patriotic reasons. So this is a common thing, right, with war. And we can look at the AFL-CIO, or just the AFL, I believe it was at this time, but also the CIO and pretty much any other union in America, at least in World War II, it was made illegal to strike. And the union supported that. They said no strikes. Now, I'm not going to say that this is necessarily a bad thing, being the fucking Nazis. But I will say that it's not contained solely to this, right? Um, it's not contained solely to this. Pretty much anytime there's a war around, it's you need to sacrifice as workers to support the war effort. You need to stop organizing. You need to stop complaining. You need to shut up because we're all in this together, right? Right, folks, right? The answer is no, we're not all in this together. In fact, there's one group that is against all of us, and it is the international bourgeoisie. So, no, continue striking, refuse war, revolutionary defeatism, etc., etc., etc. Continuing. In all countries, it was the big trade unions which dragged the political parties down the road of this incommensurable shame. Such it was in France, in Germany, and in Austria. In England, the Labour Party, that perennial bugbear and champion of counter-revolution to which the trade unions are affiliated, stepped bodily into the ranks of the warmongers, whilst Britain's small Socialist Party took up a firm opposition stand. Sorelian critics of parliamentarism had quite rightly denounced the disgraceful maneuverings of worker MPs, but they had failed to realize that these gentlemen, as they roamed about during the bourgeois government lobbies, were being forcibly petitioned by trade union organizers to obtain material concessions for their members. Lenin warned that the betrayal and cowardice of the revolutionary leaders was not a cause of opportunism, which is its most virulent during the 1914 crisis, but rather an inseparable manifestation of opportunism. And indeed, this had been the view of Marx and Engels ever since their letters about the German counter-revolution in 1850. Opportunism is a social fact, a deeply entrenched compromise between classes, and it would be sheer madness to ignore it. Capitalism would later offer a pact of mutual collaboration to certain sections of the industrial workers who were exempted from military service. The Railway Workers Union in Italy would oppose the CGL's repudiation of the general strike, and in doing so, put their members' exemption from military service at stake, and were only able to do so because of their political strength and the close ties which this combative workers' organization had formed with the radical wing of the Marxist Party. This is a good quotation. I'm going to take this. I'm going to move it here. So essentially what's going on is, okay, you've got your okay, first off, let's talk about opportunism here. So yeah, opportunism is a social fact, a manifestation of compromise between classes. The immediate economic interests of unions and the workers in them drive them to obtain reformist ends. Revolutionary leaders are not the cause of opportunism, rather it is incentivized to them by the immediate calls of their supporters. And then over time, of course, there are opportunist leaders who drag the party into greater opportunism through theoretical developments and so on and so forth. But really what's happening here is, you got these workers with particular special interests who are wanting to defend their own selves within the larger bourgeois system, but essentially at the same act they forget the larger struggle, and it ends up breaking the working class into smaller groups and making it so that they do infighting in their own way, because it's not like all the union workers, the trade union workers could benefit, right? Some are going to lose, some are going to win. um anyway, continuing. During the crisis in 1914 and during many other analogous, although less sensational ones, the trade unions, we refer to their leadership, who the workers can only get rid of after years of struggle. Ditto. Party militants, their leaders, and socialist electors, their MPs, were veritable shackles on the class parties. The Sorelians, obviously not having seen this impressive array of evidence, proposed to remedy revisionism by boycotting parties and seeking refuge in the workers' unions. The situation was worse in France and Italy, where there were even anarcho-syndicalist trade union confederations. In France, they were in the majority led by Jouhaux, French name, Sorelian to the marrow and sworn enemy of the Party and Socialist MPs group. But as the First World War broke out, Jouhaux would, that sounds Chinese, Yohao? French, would subscribe to the jingoistic politics of the socialist parliamentary deputies and drag his organization and mass membership along behind him, barring a few negligible exceptions. But he was not the only one. He would be joined by the famous anarchist scholar Elise Reclus. That's a name. And by the even more famous total idiot, Gustave Herve, leader of the European anti-militarists, editor of the La Guerra Sociale, and organizer of the Citoyen Browning, the Revolver Citizen, who had earlier felt obliged to stick the drapeau tricolore dans fumier, the French flag, into the dung heap. Hervé would change the title of his journal to Victorier, start an incredibly venomous campaign against the Boches, whatever that is. Soldiers, gotcha. And finally ended up joining Le Fumier himself, the best place for him. Nothing better emerged from the Sorelian ranks than from the French Socialist Party, SFIO, party, which even then was not worth a brass farthing as far as Marxism was concerned. A farthing was a coin. You might have heard it in if you ever watched any, what do you call it, Charles Dickens. Not a farthing for me. As far as Marxism was concerned, the anti-party syndicalists ended up like Messieurs Gueste and Cachin, who came to buy Mussolini's newspaper with the francs of the French state. Cachin later became communist, and then a Hitler supporter, and then a staunch anti-fascist. In Italy, the Confederation of Labor was confronted with the Italian Syndicalist Union. Although thoroughly imbued with a shallow reformism, the former had never complied with war politics. But the anarcho-syndicalist union had split into two currents, one against the war and the other with D'Ambris and Corridoni openly interventionist. The Socialist Party acquitted itself rather better. When Mussolini walked out in October 1914 at the Milan section's expulsion meeting, not one voice was raised on his behalf. The factory organization. In the first place, the idea that the proletarian political party should be sacrificed in order to shift the center of revolutionary gravity towards the trade unions involves a complete abandonment of the basic tenets of Marxist theory. It is thus a view which only receives support from those who have abjured Marxism's philosophical and economic creed, as did the Sorelians eventually and the Bakuninians from the start. It is a view, however, moreover, which history has shown to be totally baseless. The arguments that political parties allow non-working class elements to join, and that these elements end up in the executive posts whilst this never occurs, is simply not true. In the trade unions, flies in the face of the most resounding historical evidence to the contrary. The narrowness of the trade unionist perspective, when compared to the political, resides in the fact that it is restricted within a trade, rather than a class, context, and is affected by a rigid medieval separation of crafts. Neither should the recent transformation of trade, or even professional, trade unions and into industrial unions be regarded as a significant step forward. In this latter form, for instance, a carpenter operative who works in an automobile plant has to join the metal workers union rather than the carpenters union. But both forms are equally characterized by the fact that amongst the rank and file, contact between the union's member is restricted in dealing Restricted is to dealing with the problems of just one narrow sector of production, rather than that of society as a whole. What about the one big union? Wonder what they would have to say about that. So that's industrial union. It's just unions within unions within unions, if I understand it correctly. I'm not too clear on how the IWW structure works. Um, Anyway, bringing about a synthesis of the various interests of local, professional, and industrial proletarian groups can only be accomplished by an apparatus which includes officials from the various organizations. The different sectional interests of the proletarian class can therefore only be overcome in the party organization, which avoids dividing its members according to trade or profession. Okay. Eh, this is already implied elsewhere. We don't need to put that down. Not long after the First World War, with the large trade unions and confederations clearly co-responsible with the socialist MPs and parties for the betrayal of the socialist cause, there is widespread tendency to overestimate a new form of immediatist organization which has arisen amongst the industrial proletariat, the Factory Council. The theorizers of this system maintain that it expresses, better than any other, the historical function of the modern working class. The defense of the workers' interests would pass out of the hands of the trade union and be entrusted to the local factory council, with the latter connected to other councils via a council system, operating at the local, regional, and national levels, as well as within the different sectors of industry. There was, however, a new demand which arose: the control and eventual management of production. Factory councils would demand a say not only in setting wages, hours, and everything else to do with management labor relations, but also a say in the technical economic operations decided hitherto by management, that is, production quotas, acquisition of raw materials, and the disposal of the products. A whole range of conquests of this nature would lead to a total management by the workers, that is to say, the effective elimination and expropriation of the employers. I don't think that this is talking about the council communists. I might be wrong. This doesn't sound like what the council communists are after. Um, I'm at least passingly familiar with Matic and Panikek and so on and so forth. I might be wrong here, but they're probably talking about something different. Continuing. In Italy, at least, this enticing mirage is immediately described by revolutionary Marxists as extremely deceptive. It was a view which ignored the question of centralized power, insofar as the bourgeois state was supposed to coexist. An early example of coexistence between wolves and lambs, with an advanced degree of workers' control, or even with a network of workers' management spread over a number of industrial concerns. All of this was nothing other than a new revisionism, a worse version of reformism. This hypothetical scheme, insofar as it involved a network of locally managed operations, was even worse than that of the classical revisionists, who at least accepted the need for socially planned production, even though they entrusted it to a political state which was supposed to be conquered by the working class through peaceful means. I think that the idea of these guys is that they all combine into one big thing. After they yeah, again, I don't know who these guys they're talking about, because I don't think that this is the council communist position, but the council communists absolutely, believe in the dictatorship of the proletariat. And it's just that all these different councils combine into one big thing that then does this socially centralized, socially planned production. Anyway, from a doctrinal perspective, it is easy to establish that such a system is just as anti-Marxist as Sorelian syndicalism. In a very similar way, do we see these two suspect characters, class party and class state, totally banished from the political stage. At least the classical revisionists just confine themselves to open sabotage of class violence and class dictatorship. In essence, though, it is revolution and socialism which are eliminated in both cases. This banal suspicion of the party and state forms continued to gain ground over the decades that followed, and the, quote, content of socialism, end quote, came to be confused with the two postulates: workers control production and workers management of production. And all this stuff was supposedly the, quote, new Marxism. Did Marx ever say what, quote, the content of socialism, end quote, was? These guys say no. I can got a little thing. The communist mode of production, where he in very direct, this is all stuff directly quoted out of him about the character of communism, about the lower and higher phase. That the lower phase is a little bit more, you have to kind of separate it out and kind of see where he's kind of talking about that. So the lower phase is a little bit more slippery, though there's at least like 10 points that I could go out as generalities about it. But yeah, he's actually got a pretty significant amount that he has to say about the communist mode production. So, yeah. And this isn't even done. I didn't bother going in and summarizing the critique of the Gotha program because I'm already super familiar with it. I'll come back and work on that. And I also need to take a read of this because we do have some stuff from Engels and whatnot. But yeah, this is incorrect. We do know some particular things that Marx specifically stated about the communist mode of production, about its character, about its organization, about all these different things, right? Anyway, continuing, Marx never replied to such a metaphysical question. The content of a receptacle can just as well be water as wine, or indeed a rather more unpleasant liquid. As Marxists, it is appropriate to ask, what is the historical process which leads to socialism? Which requires you to have some understanding of what socialism is, which you can understand through analysis of capitalism through history. What relations will exist between individuals under socialism, i.e., within a society which is no longer capitalist? Okay, yes, the negation of the negation. This is true, but they are also leaving out that Marx did give some particular prescriptions as to how he perceived it to be, and some of its characteristics. We could not say, for example, that socialism will be without commodity production necessarily. We can make conclusions through an historical analysis. Anyway, to such questions, it would be nonsense to reply control production, management of the factory, or as is so often said, autonomy of the working class. I don't know if I agree with this at all. These are certainly aspects of communism. This actually isn't even in question. These are absolutely aspects that Marx very specifically talked about in those regards. So, yeah. For over a century now, we have defined a historical process which leads from fully industrialized capitalist society to socialism as follows: formation of the proletarian class, organization of the proletariat into a class political party, organization of the proletariat into the ruling class. The control and management of production can only start after reaching the latter stage. Fully agreed. This will occur not in individual factories managed by staff councils, but within society as a whole, managed by the class state with the class party at its helm. Okay, we're not going to add this to here, but I'll add it to the to the dictatorship of the proletariat. And yes, this is indeed a key part of the development of communism. I have no disagreements here. Continuing. If ridiculous search for, quote, content is applied to a fully social society, we will have all the more reason for saying that the formula workers' control and workers' management are lacking in any content. Under socialism, society isn't divided into producers and non-producers anymore because society is no longer divided into classes. The content, if we have to use such an insipid expression, won't be proletarian autonomy, control, and management of production, but the disappearance of the proletarian class, of the wage system, of exchange, even if in its last surviving form as the exchange of money for labor power. And finally, the individual enterprise will disappear as well. There will be nothing to control and manage, and nobody to demand autonomy from. This is also absolutely true. Okay, so going back a little bit, what I think what they're saying is that they're essentially confusing, or sorry, not them. They're essentially saying that these other people confuse the dictatorship of the proletariat, wherein these things are the case, with socialism. If that's the case, then that's entirely fine. Yeah, that is a well-reasoned critique. However, the demands of the workers to achieve workers' control and management and whatnot are not alien from the dictatorship of the proletariat. These are absolutely parts of it. It's just that when we start talking about communism, then these things get a little more fuzzy as they are talking about, right? Continuing. Those who have taken up these ideologies have shown their total inability, both theoretically and in practice, to struggle for anything beyond a pale imitation of bourgeois society. What they really want is their own autonomy from the power of the class party and the revolutionary dictatorship. When Marx is still very young and imbued with Hegelian ideas which these people still believe in even now, he would have answered that those who seek proletarian autonomy find instead bourgeois autonomy, raised up as an eternal model of mankind. See On the Jewish Question. History of Factory Socialism. The ancestors of the Italian ordinativist factory councils are the old Anglo-Saxon craft guilds, which were formed not to fight against bourgeois employers, but against feudal lords and rival guilds. As soon as the Russian Revolution came to no longer be considered an initial phase of the European proletarian revolution, but as a struggle of the peasantry to seize the land, instead, this wretched distortion would give rise to a superficial parallel of seizing the factories. In such a way as this does, one end up wandering off the via maestra, which leads to conquest of power and the conquest of society. Elsewhere in our press, we have examined how Lenin settled the Russian agrarian and industrial questions, and we won't go into it here. Syndicalists and anarchists everywhere would withdraw their support from the Russian Revolution when they realized that Lenin saw workers' and peasants' control as subsidiary to the main aim of gaining control of central power, as a slogan to invoke in the enterprises which the Russian state had not yet managed to expropriate. Attempts at achieving autonomous management of the factories by their operatives had to be repressed, sometimes by force, in order to avoid pointless economic damage which was anti-socialist insofar as it adversely affected the military and political direction of the Civil War. Confusion between the state of the workers' councils and the councils functioning as political and territorial organs, and the fictitious ordinativist factory council state, with each council managing itself independently, was rapidly dispelled. On this subject, we need only read the theses of the Second Congress of the Communist International on Trade Unions and Factory Councils, which defined the tasks of such bodies before and after the Revolution. The Marxist solution to the problem is the penetration of these organisms by the Revolutionary Party and their subordination to, rather than autonomy from, the revolutionary state. We shall now briefly refer to the Italian experience. In 1920, the famous episode of the factory occupations took place. The workers, openly dissatisfied with the cowardly attitude of the big union federations and forced into action by the economic situation and the injurious demands imposed by the industrialists after the initial post-war euphoria, barricaded themselves inside the factories, set about organizing their defense, and expelled the management. In some places, they tried to keep the factories running and even to dispose of the products they had managed to regular sale. This movement might have gone on to achieve great things at this crucial time if the Italian proletariat had had a strong and resolute revolutionary party. Instead, following the 1919 Unitary Congress in Bologna and the sensational election victory with 158 socialist deputies elected to parliament, the Socialist Party was going through a profound crisis as a false extremism of Sarati's maximalists took hold. It was a crisis which wouldn't be resolved until January 1921, when the Communist current seceded to form a new party at Livorno. In the PSI, Italian Socialist Party of the time, the procedure was always to refer decisions to various hybrid committees. These would include representatives of the party leadership, along with some of its peripheral organizations contested by the various currents, Socialist MPs, and the leaders of the Confederation of Labor. In vain did the left declare that it was the party alone which is authorized to deal with problems relating to the political struggle of the working class. The Socialist MPs and the trade union leaders would be bound by its instructions since they were members of the party. It was a case of needing to take action on a nationwide scale, action which is about as political as you can get. Moreover, as a veritable orgy of false extremist positions swept the country, we had proof of how damaging it was to a party to be lacking a solid doctrinal platform. The great factory occupation movement of the time led to the mistaken notion that the Soviet, or the Workers' Council system, as established in Russia, could be immediately extended to Italy. Indeed, even open adversaries of the revolutionary conquest of power talked about proclaiming it. But Lenin and the World Congresses had taken a very clear stand on the issue and stated that the Soviets are not bodies which can coexist with the traditional state. On the contrary, they arise when an open struggle for power is taking place, when their function becomes that of replacing the executive and legislative organs of a bourgeois state teetering on the verge of collapse. But all this would be forgotten. In the midst of a general confusion and an absurd alliance between pacifists and revolutionaries, the movement would collapse into impotence. Let's take this. I think that this is useful. Okay. All right. So the worker council system arises when an open struggle for power is taking place and when there's room for replacing executive and legislative organs of a bourgeois state. Such arises in conditions where a revolutionary party is in play and objective conditions are ripe. So basically, this is what we would talk about in terms of dual power. The state is weak and it's unable to carry out its quote unquote duties towards the citizen population according to liberal conceptions of the state. And the people need to create some sort of organization to take care of their needs when the state is unable to do so. Now, of course, the state is never taking care of the needs of the proletariat in the way that the proletariat actually needs. So there's always room for those sorts of things, and the union is a perfect example of this, wherein the workers organize to to support their own immediate needs because there's no other option available. And in effect, what's happening here is by the creation of these extraneous to the state dual power sort of thing, where you've got one section over here and another section here, and these are always going to be very localized. There's room for propaganda, there's room for organization, and there's room to take it to the next level and produce a state within the state. And this is how the Bolshevik Revolution occurred, Barely any shots were fired. Maybe like 200 people died in the actual action of seizing power. It was only what happened afterwards when the counter-revolutionaries came in and tried to re-seize the state that things got stupendously bloody. And of course, it was bloody before that as well, before power was seized, etc. But this dual power, workers' councils are a perfect example of a thing that would emerge, but it's not the only thing that would emerge. Anyway, continuing. The bourgeois leader Giolitti was much more clear-headed, though. Despite the law allowing him to deploy troops to expel the workers occupying the industrial plants, and despite being spurred on to do so by the forces of the right and of nascent fascism, he purposefully refrained from issuing such orders. The workers and their organizations, occupying factories which had come to a virtual standstill, didn't look as though they were about to burst out of the factories with arms in hand, attack the bourgeois forces, and occupy the state and police headquarters. Hunger alone would have been enough to undermine their untenable position. With Giolitti hardly needing to fire a single shot, the movement collapsed of its own accord. After a few isolated incidents, the bourgeois managers and bosses were soon back in charge of the factories and running them in exactly the same way as before. The storm had abated, and bourgeois power and privilege had escaped relatively unscathed. The whole history of post-war Italy clearly showed that the proletarian struggle, even under favorable conditions, is doomed to failure unless it is led by a revolutionary party capable of settling the question of power in a radical way, a fact equally borne out by fascism's history. It was the final bankruptcy of that system of ideas which rejects revolution as a means to gain political control of society, which rejects launching the attack of the bourgeois state on the bourgeois state and establishing the dictatorship of the proletariat, which wishes to replace these measures with the petty delusion that workers are conquer and control the factories, and supposedly organize themselves into factory councils, and embrace the entire workforce, with no heed taken of political positions or party stand. The Italian ordinavist current has not yet gone so far as declaring the political party unnecessary, since it broadly agreed with the 103rd international tactic of establishing contact with other proletarian parties, even reformist and opportunist ones, since it supported the idea of a class front composed of manual workers, industrialists, and the petty bourgeoisie. But future events and the triumph of opportunism within Italy and the Communist International would show that the doctrine of self-sufficient factory councils, with their own little self-contained revolutions, was a very dangerous starting point, as indeed was the illusion that communist victories was assured as soon as individual enterprises had passed from the hands of the management into those of their employees. In fact, communism involves a reorganization of the whole of human life, and the old productive model, to which the spontaneously arisen networks of trade union and factory-based organizations subscribe, needs to be denounced and then totally destroyed from top to bottom. Okay. Next. A futile return to vacuous formulas. The Great Russian tragedy has been accompanied at every stage of its involution by attempts to breathe life into new forms of proletarian organization. And this in spite of the fact that the political party and dictatorship of the proletariat were considered central factors by the great pioneers of the October Revolution, central to their immense organizational effort which carried them to the forefront of the proletarian anti-capitalist advance which menaced capitalism at the end of the First World War. No useful contribution towards a theoretical and practical revival of the class movement will ever emerge from an anxious mistrust about this party and state forms of organization. These are forms which are absolutely indispensable if the relations of class domination are to be overturned once and for all. The childish objection to these forms boils down to the idea that man is doomed by his very nature to resort to the exercise of power, whether defending the cause of forces within society as part of a, quote, hierarchical system of authorized protected, whether to defend the interests of individuals or simply in order to satisfy an insatiable lust for power on the part of those who are invested with power within the party and the state. Marxism demonstrates the non-existence of such a ridiculous fate. Moreover, it states that the actions of individuals depends on the forces developed by general wider interests, and this is just as much when individuals react as single molecules of the mass acting in concert with the others, as, and above all, when they are brought together into groups at crucial junctures in the historic struggle by the general dynamics of society. Either we read history as Marxists, or we relapse into scholastic masturbations, which explain great events as due to monarchical maneuverings over hereditary claims and to transmission of the crown to heirs, or as the exploits of dashing buccaneers, urge on to perform great exploits in the quest for personal glory and posthumous immortality. This would be great man theory. For us and for Marx, it is not possible for a lone individual, taking conscious foresight of his starting point, to go out and mold society and history in conformity with his motive will. And this goes not only for the poor devil of a molecule floundering about in the social magma, but even more so for kings and the queens, for those invested with high offices and honors, or those with dozens of titles and initials after their names. It is indeed particularly these people who don't know what they want, don't achieve what they thought they would, and to whom, if you'll excuse the noble expression, historical determinism reserves its biggest kick up the backside. In fact, if you accept our doctrine, leaders are more puppets of history than anyone else. When viewed in the context of a succession of productive forms, each one replacing the one before, it will be seen that all revolutions go through a particularly dynamic stage in which the combatants, who at this point appear as the expression of socially determined forces pushes them to a greater good, will as a general rule put up with any number of sacrifices and privations. There will be those, both in the ranks of and in the higher profile roles, who will give up their lives and their, quote, hunger for power, whilst obeying their so undeciphered forms which accompany the birth of every new social form. So to kind of explain things a little bit here, essentially, right, think about the bourgeoisie. Let us imagine a member of the bourgeoisie who is deeply contrite about their role in the mode of production. They hate the fact that exploitation is happening. They are consciously aware of it. Can they reduce exploitation? The answer is no. They don't have a choice. If they reduce exploitation, then what happens? They cease being bourgeois. They lose their company. They are outcompeted and they are tossed back into the fires of proletarian life. They become another member of the proletariat, just like you and I. And then some other member of the bourgeoisie who more faithfully embodies their class position takes their role, takes their place. They have a choice, but their choice doesn't matter. And that's the way it is on all of this stuff. I can, as a member of the proletariat, I can rail against my condition, right? I can read communist theory, I can think about it, I can do all these different things, but it doesn't count for shit. Unless I'm able to change materially my position. It doesn't count for shit. And unlike the bourgeoisie, the proletariat is revolutionary as a class. It has the capacity to collectively get together and dictate the future. The bourgeoisie, on the other hand, is even less capable because it is not revolutionary. It will only ever end up reinforcing their own class position, even if the individuals in it might shift and change. The bourgeois class itself is incredibly determined. It has nowhere else to go, no movement it can make. Continuing. In the final phase of each form, this social dynamism evaporates due to the fact that a new opposed social form is arising within the old. At this point, there appears a conservative defense of the traditional form which tends to manifest itself as an underwriting of personal egoism, individual belly stuffing, and open corruption, bribe takers, praetorians, feudal courtiers, debauched clerics, and the shady speculators and corrupt accountants of today's bourgeois regime are some examples. But even through capitalism's hired thugs and scullery maids may be bogged down in this social mire of cynicism and existential arrogance. The work of defending capitalism and preventing its collapse continues as before. The organized state and political party networks are strongly committed to this task, and at key historical junctures, they have demonstrated that they are quite capable of welding themselves into a unified, centralized, counter revolutionary force. And if you can see beyond all the bogus intellectual hypocrisy, this is clearly the case in contemporary Britain, America, and Russia, and not just in fascist Germany and Italy. And since they are aware that the source of our power is the knowledge we have of the geological stratification of the historical underground, they even try to steal that from us as well. Us, of all people, should we really be so unwarlike as to dishonor the power and form which these unstoppable energy of ours will have to assume, namely, the Revolutionary Party and iron state of the dictatorship? Within these organizational structures, particular individuals will hold certainly key positions, of course, but their duty, far from engaging in personal maneuverings and secret intrigues and conspiracies, will be so rigorously abide by the tasks which the historical process has set these organs of irreversibly revolutionizing the economic and social forms. The assertion by certain organizations different from the party that they can guarantee against the degeneration of leaders or other official appointees is tantamount to the repudiation of our entire doctrinal edifice. In fact, the network of quote leaders and quote hierarchs in these organizations is the same as in the party. In general, it isn't even solely composed of workers. And even if they were, history has taught us that the unhappy truth that the ex-worker who leaves his job to work in the trade union bureaucracy is generally more likely to betray his class than somebody originating from the non-proletarian classes. Examples? We could provide thousands of them. And more specifically, no, the term labor aristocracy emerges from this that Ingalls talked about in regards to the British unions, whose union leadership had managed to find themselves quite a bit in bed with their own bourgeoisie. And in effect, they were actually handling most of the management of the factories, the union itself. So this is the example of the development of the unions. The unions originally are, they're not revolutionary, but they are very much in conflict with the bourgeoisie, and the bourgeoisie are trying to repress them. Then it ends up being more effective to just integrate the union, and then over time the union just becomes part of the system. It's it becomes a necessary organ. And in fact, the oftentimes the capitalists themselves will desire the union. Continuing. This entire palinode is generally presented as a move towards, as actually, what the hell is palinode? This isn't the first time, but we've seen this, but I assumed it was palindrome. Oh, no, I see. The poem which a poet retracts a view or sentiment expressed in a form of poem. Okay, yeah, we did look that up. It's generally presented as a move towards an establishing of tighter bonds, of closer links with the, quote, masses. But who are the masses? They are the working class when deprived of historic energy, that is, without a party to set them on the historic revolutionary path. A class, therefore, tied to and resigned to its state of subjection, and tied to the way it happens to be distributed throughout the bourgeois social organism. And in certain historic situations, the masses may include the semi proletarian layers which have overflowed from the laboring class. And it puts class in quotes. So I'm not too clear on what they're saying here because so they're saying the working class, the masses are synonymous with the working class as deprived of its historic energy, as it's lost its ability to take revolutionary action. Um, and it includes semi proletarian layers which have overthrown from the laboring class. Well, the laboring class is the proletariat, right? So I'm not sure how you had the proletariat overflow into the semi proletariat, into the masses. Unless they're talking about the petite bourgeoisie, but that doesn't make sense in this way. It could just be translation issues from Italian to English. That's always, going to be the saving grace of these things, which just fundamentally don't make sense. You've seen the misspellings, the lost words, the added um ises and stuff like that that have no place in it. But you know, I don't really understand what exactly this is supposed to be. Um, but really, what this is more trying to say is, hey, listen, the working class doesn't have isn't really the proletariat because they're not part of the party. They have to be part of the party to be proletarian, but also they're proletarian before they're in the party. And also, classes isn't connected to socio-material relations. It's um, or anything like that. It's more of this stuff which just doesn't really know. Okay, continuing. Our approach to this issue, in total conformity with the dictates of the Marxist school, is to show that the dual historical moment occurs in such situations. By making the proper distinction between the two aspects, we can synthesize everything we have said before. Uh, what what was this issue that they're trying to talk about? The issue to trade unions? Uh, this paragraph kind of comes out of nowhere. Um, okay, whatever. Maybe it'll explain in the next stuff. In the period before the bourgeois revolution proper breaks out, when feudal forms still needed to be brought crashing down, as for example in Russia in 1917, elements amongst those still unproletarianized people, quote unquote, I hope they mean masses here, confront the power of the state and contest society's leadership. At certain decisive moments when the strata tend to side with the proletarian class, adding not only a numerical advantage, but also a contributing potential revolutionary factor, which can be used during the transitional phase, on condition, that is, that the party of the workers' dictatorship has a clear historical vision, a powerful autonomous organization, and has guaranteed its hegemony by retaining close links with the proletarian class throughout the world. The situation changes when the revolutionary anti-feudal pressure subsides. The popular framework, which in case the revolutionary classist proletariat now becomes not only reactionary, but even more reactionary than the bourgeoisie itself. Now, any sets to retain links with it lead to opportunism, to destruction of the revolutionary power, and to solidarity with capitalist conservatism. Today, throughout the whole of the white world, this principle is still valid. Is this talking about the peasantry? We'll take this. The present Russian opportunists, in their mad dash towards total repudiation of anything that smacks of revolution, have not, yet, dumped the party form. But they still seek to justify each successive stage of their involution with an appeal to the masses, and every now and again to proclaim their solidarity with them. No further a posteriori or historical evidence is required to show the sheer inconsistency of this hackneyed, insidious, and irritating slogan. And the essential part is played in the liquidation of the Revolutionary Party. You know, I find it a little funny. They had just before talked about how Lenin's slogan was inaccurate and whatnot, but um but they still defended it. And then when people are using other slogans, where is that previous thing? There you go. They realized Lenin saw workers and peasants control as subsidiary to the main aim of gaining control of central power, as a slogan to invoke in enterprises which the Russian state had not yet managed to expropriate. Attempts at achieving autonomous management of factories by their operatives had to be repressed, sometimes by force, in order to avoid pointless economic damage. Damage which is anti-socialist insofar as it adversely affected the military and political direction of the Civil War. So right here, they're explaining a situation where, Lenin goes in and effectively lies. Workers and peasants control as a slogan to the peasantry and sections of the workers, right? And they're in effect supporting this. But then when a slogan towards the masses is put out, all of a sudden it's bad. So yeah. Anyway. So I think that they're trying to say that the white working class is temporarily potentially on the side of the dictatorship of the proletariat after the seizure of state power. But they will, so long as the dictatorship does not have a clear historical vision, powerful autonomous organization, and guarantee its hegemony by retaining close links to the proletarian class throughout the world, is the case, right? But eventually they will be highly reactionary, the white workers, and you don't want to retain links with it. Because they will go into opportunism, destruction of revolutionary power, and solidarity with capitalist conservatism. So I'll write this down as be careful working with groups, e.g., white workers, that will under poor conditions break with the revolution. Okay. This is fair. Especially if they're talking about in any settler colonial state in particular, right? It's a major issue, and it's why struggling against racism is such a big fucking thing. Anyway, let's continue. Part 3. The petty bourgeois distortion of the features of communist society in the syndicalist and enterprise socialist conceptions of proletarian organization. The political party is irreplaceable. The view that organizations formed by workers to conduct their struggles should be entirely structured around the production network of the bourgeois industrial economy. A view taken to its furthest extreme Gramsci's system and revived today by various anti-Stalinist groups, has proved to be entirely ineffectual in practice and invariably goes hand in hand with the failure to identify the fundamental differences between the economic structure today and tomorrow, between the present capitalist society and the communist society, which will take its place after the victory of the proletarian class. Any such theory therefore falls short of the Marxist critique of the present capitalist economic system. The anti-Stalinists, Stalinists, and the 20th Congress post-Stalinists all make the same error. All of them share the illusion of a society in which the workers have defeated their employers at a local level, within their trade or within their firm, but have remained trapped in the web of a surviving market economy. They don't seem to realize that this market economy is the same thing as capitalism. The features of a non-capitalist and non-mercantile society which emerge from a genuine Marxist analysis resulting from a critical and scientific forecast which is free of any trace of utopianism, are only thoroughly understood and shaped into a program by the political party of the working class. This is precisely because the party doesn't slavishly adhere to a system of organization which the capitalist world imposes on the producing class. So, like a union, right? Any hesitation about the necessity for the party and state forms leads to a complete loss of the Marxist movement's programmatic conquests concerning the complete antithesis of the communist and capitalist forms. Oh, yeah, not just the union form, but also, for example, the parliamentary organization form. Conquest thoroughly mastered by the party of the Marxist school. If we consider some key Marxist postulates, such as the abolition of the social and technical division of labor, meaning the breaking down of barriers between separate enterprises, there's a bit more to it than that, and it also has to do with the individual as well. The abolition of the conflict between town and country and the social synthesis between science and practical human activity, we can immediately see that in a concrete plan to organize proletarian action which sets out to mirror the structure of present-day economic world is doomed to remain trapped within the characteristic limitations of today's capitalist forms and to be counter-revolutionary without even realizing it. I'm going to put this in the Communist production. This is a good quote for the most part. Continuing. The way to overcome this shortcoming, which will involve many battles along the way, is through forming organizations which avoid modeling themselves on those drawn from the bourgeois world. These organizations are the proletarian party and the proletarian state, within which the society of tomorrow crystallizes in advance of its existence in a historical sense. Within those organizations which we can define as immediatist, which copy and bear the physiological imprint of present-day society, all they can do is crystallize and perpetuate this society. The commune form. Okay, we'll add this. This is actually a good thing to add here. Right. So the party must not take the form of any organizational structure that capitalism naturally produces and imposes. The party takes on an organizational form, it crystallizes a historical or current society into the future, which makes it unable to go beyond itself. As an example, I have historically considered the Soviet Union structure, especially post 1936, to be very similar to a worker cooperatives organizational structure. Just looking at it, and then if you look at some of the historical methods by which a worker cooperative works, it's very similar in its own rights. And this sort of organizational form it comes with its benefits. It's well known to people. It's easy to navigate in its own right. But it is very much embroiled within the format of, how do we put it, a company. It's entirely a company format, and adapted to the company format. Continuing. The commune form. It is a very strange fact that the libertarians, who around 1870 or so engaged in their polemics against Marx and the First International, and whose short-sightedness we have already referred to, are so widely considered to be to the left of Marx, Actually, in spite of their verbal opposition to militarism and patriotism, they never grasped the importance of going beyond a purely national level when criticizing bourgeois economy and studying how it spreads on a global scale. Marx described the formation of the international market as the ultimate and crowning historical task of the modern bourgeoisie. After that, it only remained to fight to establish a proletarian dictatorship in the countries which were most advanced. I think they mean bourgeois dictatorship. After the destruction of the national states which arose alongside capitalism, an expansion onto an ever vaster scale of the power of the international proletarian class. The wait, the international market is the ultimate and crowning task of the modern bourgeoisie. After that, it is it saying that the international market only remained to fight to establish a proletarian dictatorship? Yeah. There's been a there's maybe we're missing a sentence. Uh, that's the only thing I can imagine, or translation error. This is correct, and this is correct, but these two things don't work together. There might be a missing sentence. There might be a missing paragraph. I'm not sure. Um, anyway, let's not let that take away from it. Because again, this is, you know, there's just been some sort of error here. It's not anything wrong with the actual content of the text. After that, only remained to fight to establish a proletarian dictatorship in the countries which were most advanced, and after the destruction of the national states which arose alongside capitalism, and expansion onto an ever vaster scale power of the international proletarian class. The anarchist proposal, when not actually advocating unlimited autonomy for all individuals, whatever their class, was to destroy the capitalist state so as to replace it with small social units, the famous communities of producers, which after the collapse of the central government would supposedly be totally autonomous, even with respect to each other. Uh, is there anything? This is the dictatorship. So the dictatorship of the proletariat is indeed supposed to be doing this. But I don't think there's anything useful there. Continuing. The rather abstract form of future society based on local communes doesn't seem that different from today's bourgeois society, and its economic procedures don't seem that different either. Those who set out to describe this future society, such as Bakunin and Kropotkin, thought it merely enough to link it with a set of philosophical ideologisms, rather than to analysis of historically verified laws of social production. When they did take up Marx's critique, it was only in the most minimal and selective way, since they were unable to infer the conclusions implied by the theory. They were impressed by the concept of surplus value, which is an economic theorem, but they use it merely to support their moral condemnation of exploitation, which they saw as arising from human beings exerting power over each other. Unable to attain the theoretical level of dialectics, they were debarred from understanding, for instance, that their transition from the appropriation of physical product of the serf's labor by the landowning lord to the production of surplus value in the capitalist system, an actual liberation from more crushing forms of servitude and oppression had taken place. For even in the division into classes and the existence of a state power still remained a historical necessity and benefited the bourgeois class. In that period, it also benefited the whole of the rest of society as well. This isn't the argument I would make against anarchism. Sorry, I'm getting a little tired. This isn't the way I would argue against anarchism. As usual, my methods would be quite different, even if I agree with the results of it. Anyway, one of the principal causes of the greater output of labor as a whole, because this doesn't, argue against, this doesn't argue against the anarchist position on Marxism. It argues against the anarchist position on capitalism. This is, if you want to make a moral critique, then make a moral critique. Sorry, if you want to critique them making moral critiques, then go ahead and do that. But this isn't helpful for what this thing is trying to argue. I can't speak for an anarchist, but I would find this completely uncompelling. Continuing, one of the principal causes of the greater output of labor as a whole and of the higher average remuneration for the same amount of labor was the creation of a nationwide market and the division of productive labor into different branches of industry, with the latter enabled to exchange their fully and semi-worked products within a zone of free circulation of commodities, and increasingly impelled to extend this zone beyond the state boundaries. This increase, for fully condoning the Marxist view, in the wealth of the bourgeoisie and in the power of each of its states, and along with this, the production of surplus value, does not immediately mean that an absolute increase in the gross revenue extracted is at the expense of the lower classes. To a certain extent, it is still compatible with a lessening of the hours of labor and with a general improvement in the satisfaction of needs. Therefore, the idea of dismantling capitalism by breaking up the national state into little islands of power, characteristic of the pre-bourgeois Middle Ages, makes no sense at all. It would clearly be a retrograde step to force the economy back into these limiting confines, even if the sole aim were to prevent a few lazy non-workers from appropriating any of the resources left from each of the little communes. In all this system of egalitarian communes, it is certain that the cost of the daily food supply, calculated in terms of hours of labor of all the adult members of the community, leaving aside this niggling question of those who didn't want to work and who had compelled them to do so, would be more than if production was organized on the level of a nation. Take modern France, for instance, where there is a continuous and regular economic traffic between the different communes, and given the manufactured article is obtained from the places where it is produced with the least difficulty, even if the quote 100 families still gobble everything up for free. In fact, these various communes would have no option but to trade amongst each other on the basis of free exchange. And even if we admit that a universal consciousness would suffice to peacefully regulate these relations between the different locally based economic nuclei, there would still be nothing to prevent one commune extracting surplus value from another due to a fluctuating equivalence between one commodity and another. This imaginary system of little economic communes is nothing more than a philosophical caricature of that age-old pay-bourgeois dream of self-government. It can easily be seen that the system is just as mercantile as the one existed in Stalin's Russia or in the increasingly anti-proletarian post-Stalinist Russia, and it is equally clear that it involves a totally bourgeois system of monetary equivalence, without state mint, which is bound to weigh down the average productive labor far more than a system of national or imperialist large-scale industries. The trade union form. So far, we have been elaborating the historico-political part of our criticism of the trade unionist or syndicalist conception of the proletarian struggle. Using the bitter proof of past experience, we have highlighted the doctrinal insufficiency and the ineptitude of the formula trade unions versus the bourgeois state, a formula put forward with the intention of getting rid of not only the organ of political struggle, the party, but also the organ of social direction, as indispensable as it is historically transitory, represented by the revolutionary state which Marx envisaged. According to the thinking of Sorel and his followers, the trade union is sufficient on its own to both lead the struggle and to organize and manage the no longer capitalist proletarian economy. In this part, we will show that such a position makes sense only on the basis of an unhistorical and distorted vision of the characteristic features of the opposed form of production which would succeed bourgeois capitalism. Such a distorted vision, which will never be realized nor can it be, survives only in the semi-bourgeois imagination, nourished by a certain hatred against the big bosses. It fails to see the depth of the antithesis which exists between today's society and the one which will emerge from the proletarian victory. I want to scroll up and look at this. So, the economic function, sorry, intersyndical forms, economic function, same old control. All right. It's just that, I don't know how useful it is to get into the whole question of the trade unions because I've already made the determination from previous texts that the party form is the way forward, and also knowledge of history. Um, but we'll continue reading. Anyway, a lot of confusion has always been caused by opportunism on the subject of what form the future society will take. We need only think of these political parties which, though considering themselves Marxists, would go so far as to declare that the formulation of such a historically final program, which they call maximal, not to contrast it with a program which is immediate and minimum, but rather to deride the necessity of attaining it, was entirely superfluous. For a long time we have fought to prove that the decisive features of such a program have been known to us since the Marxist current first appeared, and we will need to continue to fight to prove it. But the vision of the imaginary socialists that will supposedly result from the victory of the trade union organization, imaginary socialism, I assume, over the capitalist bosses and the supposedly ensuing destruction and collapse of bourgeois political state. It's much more indefinite and vague than ours. Throughout the history of the various socialist currents, there has been, even in important texts, a great deal of confusing of cooperative forms, which are nothing but a derivation from pre-Marxist utopianism, with the socialist economic form. But this view of a society based on a network of cooperative producers we will examine later on when we describe the factory council current of socialism. As for the Sorelian syndicalist vision of the society subsequent to the collapse of capitalism, the first question we must ask ourselves is whether the fundamental unit of the society will be the small, locally based trade union or the national, potentially international trade union. We should not forget that, within the framework of the organizations of economic defense which the working class formed at the end of the 19th and beginning of the 20th centuries, there is one institution, chiefly in the Latin countries, which should excel in terms of dynamism and energy. In Italy, it was known as the Camera del Lavoro, and in France, less appropriately, it was called the Bourse du Travail. Whilst the Italian denomination certainly reeks of bourgeois parliamentarism, the latter is worse in that it conveys the idea of a labor market, in place where workers are on sale to highest bidder amongst the employers. It therefore gives the impression of being even further removed from the struggle to root out capitalist ideology. Whereas individual trade unions and leagues, and even their national federations, being much less unitary and centralized, suffer limitations of particular trade interests, which concern themselves with short-term restricted demands. The chambers of labor of city and country, by developing solidarity amongst workers from different trades and workplaces, were more inclined to consider class problems at a deeper level. Even though the locally based nature of these organizations meant that they couldn't completely free themselves of those defects which we examined earlier on in our criticism of localist and communalist forms. Real political problems were discussed here, not in the tri-electoral sense, but in terms of revolutionary activity. The vigor of intersyndical forms. We could mention many episodes which occurred in those post-World War Red years, in which the specific and highly active organ of the Chambers of Labor, the General Council of the Leagues, rallied the Italian workers to mass movements and uprisings, often entirely bypassing the trade union officials by openly issuing their appeal in the name of socialist and in communist groups. In France, during the first part of the century, the Sûreté was shivering in its boots at the wave of movement emanating from the Bourse du Travail. Without knowing it, the bourses were political organs for the struggle of power, but the reformist and sometimes even anarchist trade union bonzes would take advantage of their local isolation and prevent the movement from spreading to the national level, or, as in the case of the aborted strike, called in defense of Red Russia, which was under attack from the bourgeois armies of the Entente, an international level. In September 1920, during the occupation of the factories, terror-stricken bourgeois shopkeepers unrolled their shutters, allowing stocks of their consumer goods to be taken and pooled at the Chambers of Labor, who distributed them to the unemployed, giving the chambers going well beyond a narrow trade unionist concern with wages. Under these circumstances, the supreme guardian of the established order, Prime Minister Giolitti, kept his cool and was clever enough not to indict us for larceny, as a rigorous observance of the law would have required. In the subsequent fascist phase, it was not Mussolini's squads, which at the time were suffering a series of bloody defeats, but the regular armed forces of the state, which were deployed to attack the workers. In Empoli, Prato, Sarzana, Parma, and Ancona, artillery was used, in Bari, even the navy. And only after repeated assaults did they defeat the armed workers holding out in heavily fortified chambers of labor. The August 1922 strike failed because this defense wasn't coordinated at a nationwide level, which only the newly formed Communist Party would attempt. Once again, the trade union leaders and the maximalist reformist controlled Socialist Party managed to curb the movement in the main cities, where the fascist movement counted for nothing, having gained control only of Florence and Bologna. In Milan, Rome, Genoa, Turin, Venice, and Palermo, the workers would be brought, peacefully and legally, under their paralyzing leadership. Therefore, it is from August 1922 and not October 1922, the date of the ridiculous March on Rome. That was when Mussolini and his black shirts marched on Rome from the rural areas and were welcomed into the city with open arms by the liberals and the social democrats and socialists and so on and so forth without the slightest fight. Continuing. That we can really date the victory of Italian capitalism over the proletarian revolution, killed by the famous opportunist plague. But enough about Italy. Within the trade union organization network, therefore, we can see how each trade is totally impotent at both the local and national levels, and how the national leadership is controlled almost everywhere by the opportunist parties, whereas the only real centers of class activity are the old regional and city-based intertrade centers. During the present phase of Stalinist opportunism, even this one, last precious resource has been destroyed. And since the chambers of labor as the main venues for the hectic meetings of the most combative workers no longer exist, traditionally, thousands of workers used to attend every evening, making it easy for decisions to reach a whole area by the next morning. Today's horrible, rose-scented union officials have replaced it with corridors full of rows of bureaucrat counter windows, where each isolated, intimidated worker goes to ask what is due to him, or to accept orders from on high about some stupid little action, so that he may later whisper around the orders and bewail the latest castrated strike. The economic function. Let's suppose the working class has defeated the established order by trade union action alone, and that a new economic and productive activity had started to unfold after bourgeois control was eliminated. In the case of a city with a strong, centralized, and closely linked trade union organization, such a hypothesis is perhaps least far from reality. But we are still left with the objections we made about the, quote, communal form, as to the possibility of attaining a definite relative victory of a particular city or region without having achieved it in the neighboring areas of the same country too. In order, therefore, to understand what the Sorelians mean by trade union management of the, quote, future economy, without repeating what we've already said about the illusion of a system of locally managed communes, we have to imagine a system of economic management which, at any given country, with our usual reservations about the negative prospects of a victory over capitalism limited to one country, assigns responsibility for the different branches of the economy to the leading bodies of the various national trade unions. To clarify our point, let us imagine that the organization of bread production and of all other wheat-based products is entrusted to the Bakers' Union, with analogous arrangements for all the other trades and industries. In other words, we have to imagine that all the products of a given branch of production have been placed at the disposal of large organizations resembling national trusts. Since all the capitalist managers would have long since been removed, these organizations would need to make decisions about how to utilize the entire product. In our example, bread, pasta, etc., in such a way as to receive from other parallel organizations not only what their members require for their personal consumption, but new raw materials, instruments of labor, etc. as well. Such an economy is an exchange economy, and continues to be so whether or not the exchanges take place at the, quote, higher or the, quote, lower levels of the organization. In the first case, exchange takes place at the apex of the various sectors of production, each of which distributes the various products required for production and consumption down through its hierarchical structure. Here, the system of exchange remains at its upper levels a mercantile one. That is, it requires some law of equivalence in order to equate the value of the stocks of one syndicate with another. We can easily suppose that these syndicates would be very numerous, and just as easily suppose that each of them would need to separately negotiate with all the others. Let's not even ask who is to establish this system of equivalent values, or what would guarantee the, quote, social atmosphere within which all this fantastical independence and equality of the various producers' unions would take place. This would be a state, obviously. But let us be so, quote, liberal as to think it possible that the various equivalent values could be peacefully determined through spontaneously arrived at equilibrium. A measuring system of such complexity couldn't operate without the age-old expedient of a general equivalent, or in other words, money, the logical measure of every exchange. It is no less easy to conclude that the higher system would eventually break down into the lower, since it would be impossible to restrict the handling of money in such a society just to those top people entrusted with arranging the exchanges between one production trust and another. And here the word syndicate is entirely appropriate. Inevitably, this right would be extended to all trust members and all trust workers who would thus be empowered to buy whatever they wanted after receiving their quota of money from their particular trade syndicate. In other words, their wages, just like today, the only alleged difference being that it would be undiminished, and quote unquote, as enduring, LaSalle et al., by the boss's profit margin. The bourgeois, and for those who are familiar with the critique of the Gotha program, this is something that Marx attacked vigorously, and quite famously at that. But essentially, there's some diminishments for social stock, for reproducing the means of production used up, for payment in case of, for example, some sort of disaster. Maybe somebody gets sick, maybe there's a storm and it upsets production, etc., etc. So undiminished proceeds essentially just get diminished over time. But then there's additional stuff on top of that, and I won't go into too much detail, but essentially the entire conception of proceeds ceases really mattering in this sense. Continuing. And here's the rub, that these quote, free producers economies, end quote, are shown to be just as removed from the social economy, which Marx called socialism and communism, as capitalism, if not further. In the socialist economy, it is not the individual who makes the decisions about production, what is to be produced and how much, or about consumption, but society, the human species as a whole. Here is the essential point. The independence of the producer is just another of those vacuous democratic stock phrases which achieve precisely nothing. In the present society, the wage earning worker, the slave of capital, may not be an independent producer, but he is an independent as a consumer, insofar as, within a certain quantitative limit that which isn't determined by the sheer hunger as Lassalle's iron law of wages. This is essentially the idea that, hey, if everybody's wages increase, and all the prices of stuff will rise as well. This doesn't carry out, though. At all. Maintains, but which increases to a certain extent as bourgeois society expands. He can spend his wage pack on whatever he wants. In bourgeois society, the proletarian produces whatever the capitalist requires. Or put in more generalized and scientific way, whatever the general laws of the capitalist mode of production require, whatever the inhumane monstrosity of capital requires. But as far as his own consumption is concerned, although restricted in terms of quantity, the proletarian can consume whatever and however he likes. In social society, individuals will not be free to make quote unquote independent choices regarding what productive activities they take part in and what they consume, as both of these spheres will be dictated by society and in the interests of society. Okay, this is. I understand why they're saying this, but it's not entirely accurate. Okay. The liberation of the individual in and through society. Uh, Here, where's my communist mode production? If we go up here, comments on James Mill. Property is held in common by all, and thus no one loses personal command of anything they produce while having access to all products of society. In this sense, right, it doesn't matter what you're producing or what you're consuming. Everybody has access to all of it all the time collectively. All products of society lose their dual character and become unique existences. So it's no longer, oh, every phone is one the same. Quite the opposite. And then, production is for life's activity, passion. Production is for producing what is considered useful for the true community, for life's activity, passion, which fulfills one spiritually, socially, intellectually, physically. Production is done socially and for personal and specific reason. For the production of wealth for society and the self through society, leisure time and use values is reciprocal. The individual produces for society, and society in turn produces for the individual. So, again, they're not talking about the other side, either because they don't understand the other side, which is the role of the individual within society, which they seem to reject entirely, which is absolutely not what Marx is talking about. Marx specifically has an egoistic reading. You can come to Marx through pure egoism. You're like, I want my own interests maintained. Well, look no further than communism, right? This is where you achieve the full human. So, this conception that individuals will not be free to make independent choices regarding productive activities they take part in, to anybody who's sitting here, and this is considered synonymous with, society will just tell you what to do, and you won't have a choice about what you do. It's quite the opposite, according to Marx. All labor is presupposed as social in character. You can do basically whatever you want. It's just that everything that you produce is socialized. Everything that you do is socialized. Um. Anyway, as Individuals will not be free to make quote unquote independent choices regarding what productive activities they take part in and what they consume, as both of these spheres will be dictated by society and the interests of society. By whom is the inevitable stupid question, to which we unhesitatingly reply, in the initial phase it will be the dictatorship of the revolutionary proletarian class, whose only organ capable of arriving a a prior understanding of the forces which will then come into play is the Revolutionary Party. In the second historical phase, society as a whole will exert its will spontaneously through a diffused economy, which will have abolished both the independence of classes and of individual persons and all fields of human activity. Okay, so the same old controversy. At each step of the way, our discussion has turned up formulas which appear rather strange. As a result, we feel obliged to stop every now and again and patiently explain that our clearly defined school of Marxism has abided by these formulas for more than a century. But we are also keen to explain that it is not only the Stalinists and the rickety semi-Stalinists currently in power who make us sick, but also the anti-Stalinists, currently swarming around like a plague of locusts, who simply echo the corrected and enriched old-fashioned Marxism of their alleged opponents, and who are content to instead break their lances at the violators of autonomy, attributing to such violations the constant succession of revolutionary defeats. And what do these restless inventors of the latest formula come up with now? In one of the periodicals of the highly eclectic Quadrifoglio, a federation of small groups claiming allegiance to the communist left, we have seen nothing other than the republished writings from 1880 to 1890 of Francesco Saviera Merlino, the libertarian socialist, early propagator of an ultra rancid recipe which is still being cooked up today in an eclectic variety of sauces by a whole brood of little newspapers who perch outside Palmery. Okay, guys. All right. So salvation lies in grafting the values of socialism onto those of liberty. I'm not going to read this previous stuff. This is just weird. Today, we are told that the weird ideas of old Merlino, the valiant savior from Marxism and revolutionary science, were triumphantly applied not only in Russia in 1905 and 1917, but all in the 1956 Polish and Hungarian uprisings, and even during the so called Yugoslavian experience. Merlino's formulas are mainly drawn from an article he wrote about in 1891 Erfurt program. Not bad as an example for modernizers. These old formulas simply revive the notorious confusion, dispelled by the Marxist school in the post-World War I years, of the nonsensical popular free state, which the German Social Democrats proposed with Marx's powerful central tenet of the proletarian dictatorship. Having failed to take into account that it was on this very issue after 1875 that Marx and Engels were on the verge of disowning the German socialists. We'll come on to that later. Meanwhile, here are a few excerpts from Merlino's article. Quote, the power to direct, to manage, and to administrate the socialist society must not belong to the mythical people's and workers' state, but to the mutually confederated workers' associations themselves. And then quote again, shall we commit everything to one central power, or allow the workers' associations the right to organize themselves as they like, taking possession of the instruments of labor? And then another quote, we do not want a central government, quote, or administration which would constitute the most exorbitant of autocracies, but properly and freely confederated workers' organizations. All right, so let's go back to our communist mode production thing here. And I'm going to search up in here autocrat. No, is it autocrat? No, dictatorial. I think. There is a particular quote I'm looking for. Where is it? I don't remember. But essentially, in this quote, Marx talks about how, it could be dictatorial or it could be open. He makes a distinction. He says it's, maybe it was in Grundrisse. He says it's possible. It could be one or the other. Actually, it's got to be in here, right? Grundrisse chapter 3. Auto I can't find it. I'm sorry. I'll come back and I will see about introducing it in the summary of this work once we come when we do our analysis and present it at the beginning of the video. I'll see about including that. Continuing though, these formulas suit us as, but basically what he's saying is, hey, it could be dictatorial or it could be democratic or whatever, and he does make a distinction between the two, but it's not a strong distinction in its own right. However, Marx is always and has always been very, very concerned about the liberation of the individual in and through society. He's always held the most high form of humanism. So far that he goes into post-humanism in several occasions, in my view, where he is so critical of humanism that while he is engaging with it, that he trends over into what would later be post-humanism, but he retains that humanist outlook the entire way through. And this humanist outlook absolutely includes recognition of the individual human, insofar as they exist in a wider society. So I don't. I think that as usual, these guys are kind of like they're going in and taking this stance, which is extremely one-sided reading of Marx, rather than an open reading of him. One that really harms their analysis. Now, I don't know the particular character of the Erfurt program. It sounds familiar to me. But this rejection on the ground that we do not want a central government or administration that would constitute the most exorbitant of autocracies, that's entirely valid critique, right? We're trying to no, okay, let me be perfectly clear here. All society becomes one. All members of society, all individuals become part of that society, and then from that society, the individual is a manifestation of it. And the administration of society's resources and so on and so forth, that becomes a collective science. I could think of a couple quotes to this end, but I think that it's pretty well understood there. So, yeah, it's, again, this feels to me like a very one-sided reading of Marx, which isn't the case. But I digress. I just want to continue. These formulas suit us well insofar as we can show how perfectly they express the thinking of Togliatti, Khrushchev, and Tito and co., and how perfectly they express the exact opposite of what we are fighting for. Let all associated and confederated anti-Stalinist groups take their place beside them. For them, the ultimate heartfelt cry is always, quote, bureaucratic centralism or class autonomy, end quote. If such indeed were the antithesis, instead of Marx and Lenin's, quote, capitalist dictatorship or proletarian dictatorship, end quote, we would have no hesitation about opting for bureaucratic centralism. Oh, horror of horrors. Which at certain key historical junctures may be a necessary evil, and which would be easily controllable by a party which didn't, quote, haggle over principles, Marx, which is free from organizational slackness and tactical acrobatics, and which is immune to the plague of autonomism and federalism. As to, quote, class autonomy, all we can say is that it is complete and utter crap. Uh, that I do wonder if that's well, whatever. The social society is one in which classes have been abolished. Even if we can see that under a regime of class domination, but the dominated class may advance and demand for independence as a form of protest. In a society without a capitalist class, independence can only signify a struggle between one set of workers and another, between one confederation and another, between different trade unions, between different sets of producers, and quote unquote. Under socialism, producers are no longer a distinct and separate part of society. Each association in possession of its own instruments of labor and producing in its own way does not socialism make. Instead, it substitutes class struggle, whose ultimate aim is dictatorship, with the absurd bellum, the war of all against all. A historical outcome which, fortunately, has proved to be as fruitless as it is absurd. Slaves would be in a position of class autonomy if they were to declare, "We are happy to remain slaves, but we want to decide what food to serve our masters at the table and which of our daughters they can take to their beds." Even the Christian position was 1,000 times more revolutionary than that, for although it didn't herald a class of society, it did nevertheless proclaim no difference between slaves and freemen. The concepts expressed here are to be found word for word in Marx's writings, as we will now proceed to demonstrate. Unforgettable words. The syndicalist and laborist currents, all of which we prefer to call immediatist because they confuse dialectically distinct moments of current organization, historical development, and revolutionary theory, would like to restrict the entire historic cycle of the proletarian class to a simple enrollment of the workers in particular factories, trades, or other small isolated sectors. And they base everything on this cold, lifeless model. And therein lies their fundamental error. Marxist determinism, on the other hand, destroys the bourgeois fiction of the individual, the person, the citizen, and reveals that the philosophical attributes of this mythical entity are nothing but universalization and externalization of the relations which benefit the individual member of the modern ruling class, the bourgeois, the capitalist, the owners of land and money, the merchant. Having turned this wretched idol, the individual, on its head, Marxism replaces it with the economic society, which is temporarily a national society. I thought that they were going to be repeating these things in Marxism word by word. Let's go back to the communist mode production, and we're going to do a little Control F individual. 233 words talking on the individual. Human community is not an abstract universal power opposed to the individual, but is the essential nature of each individual, his own activity, life, spirit, and wealth. True community, human nature, doesn't come through reflection, but rather arises out of the need and egoism of individuals produced through their life activity. Men, not as an abstraction, but as a real, living, particular individuals, are this entity. Hence, as they are, so is this entity itself, as a community. Say man is estranged from himself, therefore, is the same thing as saying that the society of this estranged man is a caricature of his real community, of his true species life. And his activity, therefore, appears to him as torment, as his own creation and alien power. His wealth is poverty. The essential bond linking him with other men is an essential bond. The individual in and through society. It appears owing to the need and egoism of individuals, i.e., is produced directly by their life activity itself. It does not depend on man whether this community exists or not. So long as man does not recognize himself as man and therefore has not organized the world in a human way. Okay. Let us say that we had carried out production as human beings. Each of us would have in two ways affirmed himself and the other person. In my production, I would have objectified my individuality, its specific character, and therefore enjoyed not only an individual manifestation of my life during the activity, but also when looking at the object, I would have the individual pleasure of knowing my personality to be objective, visible, and to citizen, hence a power beyond all doubt. The individual expression of my life, I will directly create your expression of your life, and therefore in my individual activity, I will have directly confirmed and realized my true nature, my human nature, my communal nature. Individual in and through society. There is no individual outside of society, though we are constantly estranged from society within an alienating society like we live in. But this does not mean that there are no individuals. The individual arises out of it. Again, this is an extremely, how do I put it, myopic reading of Marx. Extremely myopic reading. That is only looking at one side of things and is taking the most aggressive language possible in order to try and present itself as a very revolutionary perspective that is completely different from everybody else's. But in doing so, it not only wrecks Marx, but it's not impressive to anybody else. It's really not. Continuing. All mediatists, and there's 233 more examples of that, right? Cut it in half because I'm taking notes, right? So let's say it's 100 and was it 116, 117 instances that Marx talks about the individual, while he is talking specifically about the communist mode of production, to say nothing about the dictatorship of the proletariat. I have that in another thing. Where is that? The dictatorship of the proletariat. Let's see how many times he talks about the individual here. And I don't have very many notes. Individual. 14 instances. Significantly less. Continuing. All mediatists, that is to say, all those who have traveled only a thousandth of the distance separating them from the level of communist thought, want to get rid of society and put in its place a particular group of workers. This group they choose from the confines of one of the various prisons which constitute the bourgeois society of free men, i.e., the factory, the trade, the territorial or legal patch. Their entire miserable effort consists in telling the non-free, the non-citizens, the non-individuals, such is the great idea with which the bourgeois revolution unconsciously inspires them, to envy and imitate their oppressors. Be independent, free, be citizens, people, in a word, be bourgeois. For us, the objective is not simply to take one of the existing groups from the present social setup and attribute to it functions which already exist under capitalism. Our goal is a non-capitalist society. Such is the abyss which separates us from these petty little groups with their endless bickering. Confronted with the abortive results of their theories, they wither? They probably mean Twitter. On about a new autocracy, a bureaucratic center, an oppressive leadership having been created, and that in order to avoid this, that all-powerful impersonal entity, society, will have to be broken up into lots of autonomous, quote-unquote, fragments, free to ape the ignoble and furthermore already obsolete bourgeois models. Go ahead and say it, but at least be open about it like Merlino. Go and place Karl Marx with the autocrats, the oppressors, the corruptors of the proletarian class, and with Lenin, it goes without saying, though Merlino didn't know him. Antonio Labriola, I do agree with this right here. But the rejection of the individual doesn't necessarily, overlap with this. There's a lot to be said about the individual. and their role in production of society and so on and so forth. But this is an entirely different thing. They might be justifying it based on this, but these aren't necessarily one and the same at all. Antonio Labriola would agree with Merlino when he protested against the idea of La Salle, an immediate par excellence, of, quote, paving the way to a solution of the social question by establishing producers' cooperatives with the help of the state under the democratic control of the working people, end quote. This ghastly sentence would actually find its way into the Gotha program, and only then to appear in the 1891 Erfurt program due to Engels's tough interventions. In texts which were kept hidden away for 15 years, Marx and Engels as well tore this despicable formulation into shreds, and so doing they offered, in the critique of the Gotha program, the most classic dialectical construction of future society ever. In those pages, they smashed to pieces not only the immediate concept of the state as the foster mother to the working class, but every federalism and particularism, every distorted notion of autonomous spheres of economic organization. Let us then look at these texts, complemented by Lenin's masterly commentary, and prove it once more. Almost suffocated as we are today by all these damn questions of structure, problems to be solved, and ways to be paved, let us breathe in some vile oxygen from those pages left to grow yellow in Babel's desk drawer. Quote, the existing class struggle is discarded in favor of the hack phrase of a newspaper scribble, the social question, for the solution of what one paves the way. Instead of being the result of the revolutionary process of social transformation in society, the socialist organization of the total labor. In a previous passage, Marx has already pulverized another idiotic expression so much used today, emancipation of labor, wherein he always talks of the working class, arises from state aid, end quote. A few lines on, Marx derides the formula of democratic control of the working people. Quote, a working people which is presenting the state with demands such as these is expressing full awareness of the fact that it neither rules nor is mature enough to rule. End quote. But the passage from the same text which shows what is, for us Marxists, the form of tomorrow's society is this, quote, the workers' desire to create the conditions of cooperative production on a social and, by beginning at home, at first on a national scale, means nothing beyond that they are working to revolutionize the present conditions of production. It has nothing in common with the foundation of cooperative societies with state aid. So I'm looking for these quotes in the critique of the Gotha program. But there's no sure without demand. 21. Aha, here we go. Second, democratic means in German by the rule of the people. But what does control of the rule of the people of the toiling people mean? Particularly the case of a toiling people which through these demands that puts this state expresses its full consciousness that it neither rules nor is ripe to ruling. I see. Okay, these are the reasons why I don't recognize these sentences, because these are different translations. Let's see. Yeah, so I don't have notes on part 3, but I do have it on part 4. I need to go back and get this section in my notes down here. Yeah, I need to go back and get those in there. Assumed I had gotten everything, but evidently I hadn't. Anyway, back to the text. On the scale of society as a whole, this passage, along with many similar ones, is enough to establish that anyone who sinks from the, quote, level of society, end quote, which at a certain historical point prior to the conquest of power coincides with the, quote, national level, down to federal trade union levels, municipal, individual enterprise level, or worse still, falls into immediatism, betrays Marxism, and lacks any conception of communist society. In other words, they are nothing to do with the revolutionary struggle. As the other cyclopean antithesis between the revolutionary transformation of society and the socialist organization of labor, it could equally be addressed to Moscow's builders of socialism, just so that we can look them in the eyes and say the transition to socialism is not something you contract out to a building firm. Marx, who weighed his words carefully, just as Lenin reweighed them, would never have dreamed of using such a crassly bourgeois and vulgarly voluntaristic expression as building socialism. We won't recall here Marx's famously pointed criticism of the popular free state, which were later re-echoed by Lenin before millions of people, no longer from the confines of a study, but under the blazing skies of the greatest revolution in history. And how much more miserable are they who have ignored the lesson for the second time? The freer the state, the more it crushes the working class to protect capitalism. We don't want to free the state. We want to put it in chains and then strangle it. And with words such as these, the anti-statism of the various Bakunins and the Merlinos is sent back where it belongs, to take up its place among the clownish parodies of political thought. In place of the anti-state, and this is the height of dialectical thinking, will be put the new state, Engels, whose purpose will not be freedom but repression, and which will need to rise only to finally die once and for all, having attained the abolition of classes. The popular free state and class autonomy are well suited, and we hope that they will be very happy together. They are both nothing but forms of the immediate impotence and imminence of bourgeois thought. This is actually a good quotation. I'm going to add to the dictatorship of the proletariat. Continuing. As to the fundamental concept of a, quote, unitary, end quote, society in place of the antithesis between capitalists and proletarians, between producers and consumers too. It is worth tracing the evolution of this idea as it appeared in the various highly criticized programs of the German party. It was a Lassallean program, Leipzig 1863, which contained a formula which Marx felt obliged to lash out at, elimination of class antagonisms, whereas Marx would say that classes themselves need to be eliminated, and the means of achieving that was precisely through the antagonism which existed between them. The program of the Marxists, Eisenach 1869, which Marx judged to have been drawn up without taking into account the theoretical conquests of the socialist movement, demanded the ending of class rule and the wages system, but spoke still of the undiminished proceeds of labor to be given to each worker, and of an organization of labor to be formed on the basis of cooperativism, but without state aid. The Gotha program, which is drawn up in 1875 after the highly disapproved of fusion between Eisenachians and Lassalleans, and which remained unaltered in spite of Marx's severe criticisms, talks about the instruments of labor becoming, quote, the common property of the whole of society. Marx's only criticism of this phrase was that the expression, quote, promotion of the instruments of labor into the common property ought obviously to read their conversion into common property. We assumed that Marx's correction here was intended to combat activism. The Erfurt program, influenced by Engels' suggestions which had largely accepted after the publication of the critique of the Gotha program, is clear on this point. Quote, transformation of capitalist property into social property, and the transformation of the production of commodities into socialist production, to be carried out by society and for society. We can therefore draw certain conclusions about the doctrine which prompted the vision of a society in which production is managed by workers' trade unions. Firstly, it doesn't constitute a historic foreshadowing of proletarian science. Secondly, it won't ever come about in reality, unless social science itself springs a leak, and Marx, Engels, Lenin, and all the rest of us sink without trace. And thirdly, it doesn't have anything to do with the socialist and communist forms, not even as a transitory phase. Sorry about that. Let's see. I'm going to add this to the communist mode production. Continuing. Is a scheme in which production and distribution do not attain the social or even national level, since it is the freely confederated or confederately free trade unions who have the instruments and products of labor at their disposal, and who are free to do with them whatever they like. And even if these sexual organizations did manage to shut themselves off within their respective independent spheres of production, a competitive struggle would inevitably follow and lead to physical confrontations, especially given the absence, quote unquote, of any kind of state. In this fictitious program, not only production is not carried out by society for society, but by trade unions for trade unions. But commodities continue to be produced, meaning that this production is still non socialist, since each article of consumption transferred from one trade union to another does so as a commodity. And since this cannot occur without the existence of a monetary equivalent, it is necessarily transferred as such to each individual producer. As is always the case in these utopias of undiminished labor, the wage system still survives, and the accumulation of capital in the hands of the autonomous trade unions and eventually into those of private individuals also survives. If our critique has relied largely on a reducto ad absurdum approach, reduction by absurdity, is entirely by the pay bourgeois content of these various utopias which is to blame. We'll finish this doctrinal part by taking another passage from Critique of the Gotha Program, directed at both the immediatists and the state capitalists, to remind them that the task of our indispensable proletarian dictatorial state is not to liberate capital, but to repress it, along with those who defend it, whether they be bourgeois, pay bourgeois, or even proletarian. That is, those enslaved by bourgeois or lumpen bourgeois tradition. Is a passage which Marx wrote to ridicule the minimalist proposal of a single progressive income tax, as it exists today in Russia. Quote, income tax presupposes varied sources of income for varied social classes, and hence capitalist society. Okay. The Russian experience and Lenin. In the period between 1920 and 1921 international communist congresses, a debate took place in the 10th Congress of the Russian Party, 3 to 16 March 1921, with the so-called workers' opposition. We covered this topic in greater depth elsewhere in our study of Russia. We should remark that the oppositional stance put up by the Italian left in 1920 to 21, see our publication La Question Parlementaire, the question of parliaments and the Communist International, was very different from the line of this opposition, which is harshly defined by Lenin as a, quote, syndicalist and anarchist deviation within our party. One of the main falsification of Stalin's brief history of the Communist Party was lumping Trotsky in together with these workerists, simply because he happened to be engaged in a debate regarding the task of the trade unions. In fact, Trotsky was completely on Lenin's side at that stage, and the genuinely Marxist proposal he made was that the trade union should be absolutely subordinated to the proletarian state and party, a party which, back in 1921, he did not consider, and neither did we, as having degenerated. The workers' opposition based themselves on the immediatist conception of socialist economy, on the false and naive opinion that socialism can be established in any place at any time so long as the workers are left alone and allowed to get on with managing the economy by themselves. Lenin reports the main thesis of the workers' opposition as, quote, the organization of the management of the national economy is a function of an all-Russian Congress of producers organized in industrial unions which shall elect a central body to run the whole of the national economy of the republic, end quote. You can bet that if Nikita Khrushchev pushes on with his Sovnarkos any further, it won't be very long before he revives this old idea, but in an even worse form, but with regional unions instead of national unions of producers. Instead, he considered the conquering and the gaining of control over a national territory as merely a springboard for the achievement of further international conquests, a cardinal rule of Marxism. I think that they're joking there. These people make a point of rushing off to set up organizations at the local and regional levels instead, persisting in their mad pursuit of autonomy when all they'll end up with will be autonomous capitalist enterprises. Although we don't propose to undertake a detailed description of Russian economic management at this point, we have that covered in depth in other party texts. It is worth pointing out that it was at this same Congress, in his classic speech, The Tax in Kind, that Lenin showed it was not the transition to socialism which was on the agenda, but a transition to state capitalism, or even, for those who can see these things in a Marxist way, from an atomized forward production to private capitalism. This was a powerful clarification of doctrinal matters which would set everything straight, whereas the vile opportunism which followed would throw everything into confusion again. It is important to show that the arguments that Lenin used against the proponents of a producer-managed economy are exactly the same as the ones used by Marx and Engels, which we continue to use today against the latest syndicalist and anarchist distortions, which are emerging even amongst groups who never support Stalin, Togliatti, or Torres, or for that matter, even Khrushchev, though they like Tito, considering him one of their forerunners. The producers' unions meet the same sorry fate in Lenin's writings as Lassalle's cooperatives do in Marx's. Quote, ideas which are completely false from the theoretical point of view completely break with Marxism and communism. Contradictions from the experience of all semi-proletarian revolutions, take note, and the current proletarian revolution. These are a few of the things Lenin said about them. And here are some more quotes about the debates at the 10th Congress of the Russian Party. Quote, first, the concept producer combines proletarians and semi-proletarians and small commodity producers, thus radically departing from the fundamental concept of the class struggle, from the fundamental demand that a precise distinction be drawn between classes. End quote. Take note again, and compare this with the blasphemies of Stalin, of the 20th Congress, of the enthusiastic defenders of the latest movement in Hungary and Poland. Quote, flirting it with, relying on the partyless masses, take note barbarists, and other demagogues preaching to empty halls, is an equally radical departure from Marxism. End quote. Can this be the same Lenin who, according to certain die-hard Stalinists, discovered the invaluable resource of diving into the masses? Quote, Marxism teaches, here Lenin refers to statements issued at previous World Congresses, that only the political party of the working class, i.e., the Communist Party, is capable of uniting, training, and organizing a vanguard of the proletariat and the whole mass of the working people that alone will be capable of withstanding the inevitably bourgeois vacillations of this mass and the inevitable traditions and relapses of narrow craft unionism or craft prejudices among the proletariat. This passage emphasizes the inferiority of all the immediate organizations with respect to the political party, as well as the serious risks which these organizations take due to their historically inevitable contact with the semi-proletarian and the pay bourgeois classes. Lenin once again concludes by saying, quote, without the political direction of the party, the proletarian dictatorship is impossible. In the same text, Lenin denies the 1919 program of the Russian Party had ever conceded the function of economic management to trade unions. Certainly, a few sentences from that program spoke about the management of the whole of the national economy as, quote, a single economic entity, end quote, and of the, quote, indissoluble ties between the central state administration, the national economy, and the broad masses of working people, end quote, as a target to be achieved on the condition that the trade unions, quote, divest themselves of the narrow craft union spirit and embrace the majority and eventually all the working people. All right, so we're going to add this bit. Oh, wait. First time yet today, in fact, that we've added anything about investigations into working organizations that can bring about the dictatorship of the proletariat. And it happens to be a quote of Lenin. Alright, so the political class party is the only form of organization that can unite, train, and organize the vanguard of the proletariat, the whole mass of the working people, extracted from any class. The party is able to do this because it can defend itself from the pay bourgeois vacillations or prejudices between different autonomous groups within the proletariat. Immediate organizations, contact with these semi-proletarian and pay bourgeois classes lead them into capitalism, not the dictatorship of the proletariat. Continuing. Trade unions and state capitalism. The question of the trade unions and centralized state economic management would be back on the agenda in Russia, and indeed the rest of the world, because it constitutes a modern, convenient expedient for the capitalism of every country, especially in the United States. The Leninist criterion for dealing with this problem is that the trade unions lag far behind the Revolutionary Party, and if left to their own devices, fall prey to pay bourgeois weakness in collaboration with the bourgeois economy. In Russian society between 1919 and 1921, the industrialization was at its lowest point, the first faltering sector being taken in managing of industry which had been recently wrenched from the hands of private capitalism. At this stage, it was clear that the Communist Party could establish a strong and reliable foothold in the industrial workers' unions, as long as they were not autonomous, but solidly influenced by the party itself, as Trotsky rightly maintained in 1926, as long as they were considered as parts and organs of the centralized state. In order to understand this problem more clearly, we need to bear in mind that throughout this period we are witnessing not the creation of a socialist industry and economy, but rather a process of nationalization. Industries which have been taken from the private owners and trusts without awarding compensation are managed by the state within an economic system which is still shaped by the commercial transactions and individual enterprises. No matter how socialist this government may be in terms of its class base and its foreign policies, the industrial systems of the society is still to be defined as state capitalist and not socialist. We do not need to rely on later developments in the Russian economy in order to define this economy as state capitalist. The state loses its socialist political and class content, which is no longer dedicated to spreading revolution to other bourgeois states, because it contracts war alliances with them, and because within the bourgeois states it establishes alliances with bourgeois and democratic parties, even to the extent of sharing political power, because it subordinates within Russia the interests of city and country proletarians to those of the pay bourgeoisie and the peasant classes. All right, we're going to add this to the dictatorship of the proletariat. It is therefore worth asking ourselves, what role do trade unions occupy during the state capitalist stage? If the state is ruled by a party which not only doesn't carry out the policies of the world proletarian revolution, but opposes them, then labor power is obviously still being dealt with within the framework of a mercantilist commercial system, based on money and wages and the existence of trade unions as organized bodies for the defense of the conditions of labor, whose opponent, whose boss, is precisely the employer state, is therefore justified. But even if such circumstances as these, dividing up the centralized running of the state amongst the different trade unions is not a useful formula. What is required is that the trade unions accept the leadership of a proletarian political party capable of resolving the question of the conquest of central power. If such a party does not exist, or where it only exists as an empty shell turned into an instrument into the hands of the capitalist state, as in Russia, then there must have been a relapse into a system of wage slavery, a situation which will never be resolved through the efforts of autonomous groups of workers aiming to seize control of separate sectors of production. And through this stupid scheme of redoing the liberal revolution. In fact, precisely such an empty maneuver is currently being adopted in Russia by Khrushchev's state. Moreover, if these sectors of production should break away and generally disintegrate, they would fall into the hands of private capitalism, or at any rate into the long-grasping hands of international capital. This is carried out. In a contrary situation and decidedly progressive stage of state capitalism, in which the central power strives to carry out the historic work of spreading the international revolution, trade unions, and let's say end up as defeatist organizations which have to be repressed, must be prepared to learn from the class party, the authentic party of the industrial wage earners of the entire world, how to obtain from the class of factory workers of whose courage and self-sacrifice history has given numerous inspiring examples. Their contribution of labor, and surplus value for the revolution, for the Civil War, for the Red Armies of every country, for ammunition to be used in a social class conflict which overrides all borders and frontiers. Even in such historic circumstances as these, for the trade unions to claim the undiminished proceeds of labor would not only be anti-economic and anti-socialist, but defeatist too, with regard to the terrible task which history has assigned to the class of pure wage earners, to that class alone, that of bringing about the delivery of the new society. This task and the endpoint of centuries and centuries of tortured history is exactly contrary to the dreams and superstitions of the immediate school bookkeepers and second-hand dealers, each generation of which wants to get its stunted hands on the advantages it would reap from autonomously confederating. Yeah, we'll take this, put in the dictatorship of the proletariat. The factory-based form. After our detailed examination of the immediatist vision of a post-capitalist society managed by the trade unions, all the defects of the factory council form can be clearly seen. The Italian left current sounded the alarm when the first symptoms of faith in the revived myth took shape. At the time of the Fiat Shop Stewards Congresses held in turn and of Antonio Gramsci's Review Ordine Nuovo, New Order, the latter we both admonished and welcomed at the same time, insofar as it bravely and resolutely entered the field against the Menshevik opportunism of the traditional Italian trade unions and against the inconsistencies of the Socialist Party, which, back in 1919, was claiming to be pro-Bolshevik. Gramsci was then at the beginning of his ideological evolution, an evolution which he never dissimulated as the peculiar clearness of this man required. Having passed from idealistic philosopher and war interventionist to the anti-defensist Marxism restored by Lenin, and he gave his journal an honest title. He didn't talk about a political rule by the new class or the new class state, and only slowly did he accept the Marxist principles concerning the dictatorship of the party, and those concerning the influences of the Marxist view on factual relations occurring in the human and natural world outside the narrow limits of mere factory economics. He openly admitted this at the 1926 Congress of the Italian Communist Party in Lyon. We will always prefer those who learn new chapters of Marxism to those who forget them. In 1919, Antonio Gramsci was just emerging from an evaluation of the October Revolution, which detected in it reversal of determinism as a miracle of the human will violating adverse economic conditions. Later on, seeing Lenin, the miracle maker, defend Marxist determinism in its strictest form didn't fail to have an effect on him. Both master and pupil were outstanding. The factory system appealed to Gramsci's inimitable spirit as he became besotted with its ideal quasi-literary, even artistic construction. And he was right to call it the new order insofar as it encompassed the idea of the factory proletariat setting up, on its immediate foundation, a new order, resembling those which existed prior to the liberal revolution, such as the three estates of the pre-1789 French society. This is not surprising. All the immediatists, which we have reviewed so far, have done nothing but translate the claim of a dictating class that suppresses classes, and which doesn't even aspire to be the one class, into a pedestrian request to be raised to the fourth estate. I don't recall what the fourth estate was. The immediatists, because weren't there only three estates? Anyway, the immediatists can't help but passively design a new on the template of the old. Antonio would call his brand of immediatism concretism, having derived this word from the attitude of bourgeois intellectual enemies of the revolution. He doesn't realize, and there wasn't much we could do to make him realize, that concretism equals counter-revolution. Okay, so real quick, I have added Gramsci to Turn Factory Council movement to our reading list. We'll come back to this eventually. And we'll see what he has to say about this rather than reading it from the perspective of these guys. But yeah, continuing. If humanity had to rely on the immediatists, it would never be known that the earth is round and that it moves, that air has weight, that Epicurus atoms exist The recent discovered subatomic particles exist. It would never be known about Galileo's and Einstein's theories of relativity, and it could never have forecast any social revolution, past or future. Left communism immediatist. Marxism, immediatism. And by immediate action. I think that might be saying skip the dictatorship of the proletariat. I wish I understood how they're defining these things when they're criticizing and just throwing entire vast number of people and their entire views under this simple heading. They're talking about the science, they're talking about Gramsci, they're talking about unions, they're talking about basically freaking everything under the sun. And they're putting it all under this term immediatism without actually explaining what it is. But I've seen them use the word before, and they didn't explain it there either. So maybe they had explained it in some far previous thing. Anyway, Antonio did not know, and not through any lack of reading. He had the misfortune of being one of those people who read everything. That the concept of orders had been left behind as early as 1847 when Marx wrote about in his anti-Brutonist book, Poverty of Philosophy. Quote, can it be supposed that after the collapse of ancient society there will be a new class rule expressing itself as a new political power? No. End quote. If only our many contradictors had just read this one monosyllable. But why not? Because, quote, the redemption of the working class consists in the abolition of all classes, in the same way as the redemption of the third estate, of the bourgeois order, consists in the abolition of all states, of all orders. Okay, I see. So what they're saying is that Gramsci's system would maintain the bourgeoisie. Okay. Anyway. Many generations have come and gone. 3 internationals have lived and died. We have seen hundreds of people shuffle off this mortal coil who thought they could go one better than Marx and Lenin, without even attaining the level of that incorrupted bourgeois, Maximilien Robespierre, who for 160 years has lain under the tombstone marking the death of all new orders. Marxism and council economy. Our text demonstrates the irreconcilable antithesis between Marxism and Gramscism. This is a subject which interests us not so much because of the history of the polemics between him and us, but because there are groups of confused anti-Stalinists and squalid epigons who still want to revive these positions. The independent local enterprise is the smallest social unit which we can think of, being limited both by the nature of its particular trade and the local area. Even if we concede, as we did earlier, that it is still somehow possible to eliminate privilege and exploitation from within such an enterprise by distributing to its workers that elusive total value of the labor. Still, outside its own 4 walls, the tentacles of the market and exchange would continue to exist. And they would continue to exist in their worst form at that, with the plague of capitalistic economic anarchy infecting everything in its path. But this partyless and stateless system of councils prompts the question, who, before the elimination of classes is accomplished, is going to manage the functions which are not strictly concerned with the technical side of production? And, to consider only one point, who is going to take care of those who are not enrolled in one of these enterprises? What about the unemployed? In such a system, and much more so than in any other cell-based commune or trade union system, it would be possible for the cycle of accumulation to start all over again, supposing it had ever been stopped, in the form of accumulation of money or of huge stocks of raw materials or finished products. Within this hypothetical system, conditions are particularly fertile for shrewdly accumulated savings to grow into dominating capital. The hell is a firm, not in the fact that it has a boss. How are you going to calculate economic equivalence between one enterprise and another, especially when the bigger ones will be stifling the smaller, when some will have more productive equipment than others, when some will be using conventional instruments of production and others nuclear powered ones? This system, whose starting point is a fetishism about equality and justice amongst individuals, as well as a comical dread of privilege, exploitation, and oppression, would be an even worse breeding ground for all the horrors than the present society. We're going to add this to the dictatorship of the proletariat. Continuing. In fact, is it so difficult to believe those big words privilege and exploitation are excluded from the Marxist lexicon? Let's look at Critique of the Gotha program again. The passage which really makes Marx spit blood, containing as it does some Lassallean rubbish about the free state and the iron law of wages, ends with what Marx and Engels in another passage call, quote, the indefinite concluding phrase of the paragraph. End quote. Here it is. Quote, the party strives for the abolition of exploitation in every form, for the removal of all social and political equality. End quote. Here, according to Marx and Engels, is what they should have said instead. Quote, with the abolition of class distinctions, all forms of social and political inequality arising from them will disappear of their own accord. End quote. This scientific way of talking, not to mention the long critical note on the equal distribution formula, which is compared to the bourgeois insinuation that socialism cannot abolish poverty, but only generalize it to everybody, is enough in itself to dispose of a whole gamut of reviews and articles which, alas, are being written in the years 1956 to 7 about the content of socialism as a philosophy of exploitation. In the same passage, Marx also deals with the limitations of Lassalle's vision, which, significantly, he links to Malthusian theories, today restored to life by the American anti-Marxist, quote, welfarist schools, according to which socialism is roused to action only inasmuch as the workers' wages are frozen at too low a level, whereas in fact it is a matter of abolishing wage labor because, quote, it is a system of slavery, a slavery which becomes more severe in proportion as the social forces of labor productivity develop, whether or not the worker is paid well or badly. End quote. Here Marx develops a historical parallel with slave economy, one we touched on earlier when discussing the idiotic demand for wage earners' autonomy. Quote, it is as if, among slaves who have finally got behind the secret of slavery and broken out in rebellion, one slave, still enthralled to obsolete notions, were to inscribe on the program of rebellion, immedius ordinavus, non-Marxist slave, we should say, slavery must be abolished because the feeding of slaves in the system of slavery cannot exceed a certain low maximum. End quote. To the welfarist gentlemen we say, even if capitalism could increase average living standards to the umpteenth degree, we reiterate to you our historic prediction, capitalism's death. The standards offered by the great fiat industrial plants appeared to Gramsci as a noble order, when compared to the sad and brutalized existence of the Sardinian shepherd, worse than the Fourth Estate even. In the 5-year plan, fashioned on the pattern of the economy of the Soviet Union, which we presented to Great Fiat, we forecasted for 1956 a 15.7 increase in sales over 1955, up from 310 billion to 358 billion lira. Although only 340 billions have been announced, the nominal capital has raised from 76 to 100 billions, which is to say, by 32% in 2 years. Can it be that the new order in turn in Moscow is already beginning to display less brilliant curves? And now the last section, a few concluding remarks. We have concentrated on comparing the socialist and Marxist vision of future society with the vision of the immediatists, i.e., those who distrust the state form and the party form seen by Marx, Lenin, and ourselves as the essential prerequisites of revolution. But we haven't stopped yet. Although we flickered through the marginal notes part of the critique of the growth of program, to examine the fundamental differences between the lower and higher stages of socialism, classically reinstated by Lenin. Okay, so this is how they're defining immediatists, those who reject the party and state form. Okay. The obvious superiority of the economic system in which production distribution is not performed by autonomous units on the pattern of the present capitalist concentration camps, based around jobs, enterprises, and various jurisdictions, including the nation, whose barbed wire fences we will forcibly remove one of these days. They're talking about the division of labor. But by society, for society, and on a social scale, is already apparent in the lower of the two stages theorized by Marx. In the lower stage of socialism, class differences have still not been eliminated. The state can't be abolished yet, since the pathological traditions of a society divide into orders, until the third and last survive. The city and country are still separate. The social division of duties and tasks, the separation of the hand and brain, of technical and manual labor has not been abolished. However, on the economic level, the sectors of society which hitherto had a closeted, independent existence are thrown into a unitary social melting pot. The small communes, trade confederations, and individual enterprises, which are not even allowed a transitory existence, are already done for. From the moment a communist society appears, emerging from the womb of capitalist society, quote unquote, there is no longer a place for markets, for trading between the barbed wire surrounding autonomous sectors. Quote, within the cooperative society based on common ownership of the means of production, the producers do not exchange their products anymore. Similarly, the labor spent on the products no longer appears as a value, underlined by Marx, of these products, as a material quality possessed by them, as a material characteristic for now. In contrast to capitalist society, individual pieces of labor are no longer merely indirectly, as one would be the case in the commune, trade union, and factory council schemes, but directly a component part of the total labor. We're going to take this and put it in the Congressman. In the concluding passages of our study of Russia's political and economic structure, we developed the point that even during the first lower stage, the mercantile limitations of commodity production are overstepped. No longer can anything be acquired by an individual and bound to his person or family through money. Instead, he is entitled to a non-permanent, non-cumulative coupon, which allows him a time-limited consumption, and which is awarded to him within still restricted socially calculated limits. Our conception of a dictatorship over consumption, as the first stage, which will be followed by a social species rationality, entails this. On each coupon, there will not be written so many currency units, which can convert it into anything, say, just tobacco and alcohol, and no bread and milk, but names of specific wares, as in the famous wartime ration cards. Bourgeois law will survive, however, insofar as the amount of consumption will correspond to the amount of labor given to society, after the well-known deductions to the common fund have been made, and this calculation will have to be based on availability as well as on utility and need. Instead of the products of human labor being bought and sold and subject to the law of equivalent value, as would be the case if they were to be exchanged between autonomous communes, trade unions, or enterprises, they will instead form one social mass. Finally, only one commodity exchange-like connection will remain. That which exists between quantity of labor supplied and individual daily consumption. Again, to the economics of production. This is just saying the critique of the program. They're not saying anything new. A colossal blunder we chance to hear offers us a wonderful opportunity to explain this concept. Somebody, An outstanding immediatist, no doubt about it, has been going around saying that, quote, in a socialist economy, the market will remain, but will be, of course, restricted to products. Labor will no longer be a commodity. Who's this? Stalin? Khrushchev? Uh, this is the only place that talk about. Continuing. Such people can sometimes help us express an idea correctly, as long as we turn what they say upside down. This is what they ought to have said. In the socialist economy, there will no longer be a market, or better still, an economy is socialist when the market no longer exists. In the first stage, however, quote, one economic quantity will still be measured as a commodity, human labor, end quote. In the higher stage, human labor will be nothing other than a way of life. It will become a pleasure. Marx puts it like this, quote, labor will be the first of man's vital needs. The translation we have is different, but it still says the same thing. In order to free man's work from being a commodity, is it necessary to destroy the whole market system? In order to free man's work from being a commodity, it is necessary to destroy the whole market system. Wasn't this the first of Marx's objections to Proudhon? We mentioned blunder that is doing the rounds, and here's another one which will be dismantled as soon as possible in a future study. Quote, the productive forces need to be greatly increased before the market can be eliminated, end quote. This is not true at all. According to Marx's theory, the productive forces are already too developed to be contained within the capitalist mode of production. Marx considers the development of the productive forces as the basis for the higher stage of socialism, that in which consumption is not socially limited by insufficient production. We would generally term the higher stage of socialism to be full communism, by the way. When labor becomes life's prime want, when the productive forces are fully developed, etc., etc. The lower phase, of course, does not make any specific claims about the development of the productive forces. Continuing. That in which consumption is not socially limited by insufficient production, but not as a condition for the collapse of the commodity-producing society and of capitalist anarchy. In the 1891 program, in a passage which must have been dictated by Engels, it says, quote, productive forces have already grown to such an extent that the regime of private property is no more compatible with the wise employment of them, end quote. The time is ripe for the monstrous productive forces of capitalism to be prostrated before the dictatorial control of production and consumption. It is merely a question of revolutionary force for the class which, even when its living standards are rising, which Marx, as we have shown above, never denied, is constantly weighed down by insecurity and uncertainty about the future. It is an uncertainty which looms over the whole of society as well. In a few decades from now, it will manifest as an alternative between global crisis and war, or international communist revolution. The proletarian class will need to equip itself with the necessary force to carry out their historic task. First, it will evolve a reconstruction, a reinstating of revolutionary theory. Then it will be a matter of rebuilding a communist party on an international basis, a party without frontiers. And that is the text. It's been a long one. The fundamentals of revolutionary communism and the doctrine and history of the international proletarian struggle. I'm going to add this last bit here. I think that this is a good ending note that they had. There are a bunch of things that I highly disagree with. Their presentation of the individual, though at the same time they seem to be connecting the individual with petty production, which isn't the case. There's also, for example, their claim that Marx did not say much about the content of socialism. This is blatantly false. In fact, at the end there, they said a lot of what Marx talked about the content of socialism. Continuing, there was also their stuff about, for example, liberty and democracy. As usual, I think they have a very myopic conception of democracy. Um, but yes, this complete rejection of the individual, where in reality Marx is absolutely able to be achieved through an individual conception. And Marx specifically talks about the individual and the liberation thereof. This is a continual thing wherein the role of people as members of society is ignored for their social character. Now, as as how would I say this? As cliched as it is a dialectical relation, and the proletariat is turned into individuals. They are broken down and forced into their class, but alienated from it as well. They're alienated from society. We're trying to end this alienation. We're trying to bring about the true community. Um, but this doesn't, say that the individual doesn't exist or is useless or worthless or anything like that. It's quite the opposite. We're trying to bring about a new world for the individual, a new freedom. With that said, I'm going to do a quick summary of this section, and then we're going to head out. All right, so the revolution is ready, but people are weighed down by insecurity and lack of belief. Eventually, though, it will be a question of revolution or barbarism. For example, climate change. In preparation for this, the proletariat will need to create its weapons, revolutionary theory, and international communist party without frontiers. And that's the text. Thanks for joining.